I think I will tell you when the stream, starts playing out. Then you can go start, giving a. So you got till 2 minutes. So stream is coming. In a minute, you can. So I will add the panelists on the thing. So starting with,
So are we starting the prayer first, or are we starting the?
Yeah. You give a welcome, and then welcome means a quick,
Yeah.
this thing, and then we'll go to the prayer. So I'm going to add, starting with Dr. Sambitora.
How many people you have joining?
Sonia, do you have how many people on the line?
I will just check now.
No problem. Yeah, you can check. But you can start, Sonia. I think it's 9 o'clock. So you should
Maybe
start now.
we'll give it a couple of minutes before we begin, so that things can just.
No, actually, we should go ahead, because otherwise all our time schedule will get affected. Because Sam also has got other commitments. So kindly, start on time. So Sonia,
Sir,
you can start.
Okay. Good morning and welcome to the inauguration of Community of Practice, as well as the international webinar on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that's organized by the Department of, by the AllSaints College, Thiruvananthapuram. And this is at a unique time in our living history, when words like isolation and social distancing have entered our vocabulary. And this is for the foreseeable future. So the idea of community becomes extremely relevant, and the networks of intersections that are being drawn across our world require that we envision a synergized human ecology. And this is very, very important, and that is the raison d'etre for our endeavor today. So let's begin the day with the college prayer, Lead Kindly Light, the iconic words of Cardinal Newman, and that is going to be sung for us by Ms. Aparna Martin, who is pursuing a postgraduate degree in English at AllSaints College. Over to you, Aparna.
Lead kindly light, amid suffering gloom, lead that me on. The night is dark, and I am far from home. Lead that me on. Keep thou my feet, I do not have to stay. The distance is one step enough for me. So long thy power hath blessed me, sure it still will lead me on. Oh, more and fair, oh, crowding torrent till the night is gone. And with the morn, those angel faces mine, which I have loved, long since and lost a while.
Thank you, Aparna. I now request our principal, Dr. Deepa M., to kindly welcome all our esteemed guests and resource persons, as well as all those who have signed in from different parts of the world. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Sonia. Good morning. The time is upon us when we have to step up and take responsibility for the planet and the human and non-human agencies that inhabit it. Looking at the impact that human actions have upon the entire ecosystems and habitations, there is a pressing need for a community of humanity, one that has within its systems and interconnections that are extremely vital for sustenance. The practices that propagate and enable these systems of sustainability and the people who lead these changes are the need of the day. AllSaints College Thiruvananthapuram is part of the congregation of the Carmelite religious, an order that has been establishing communities of practice for over 150 years. Today, it has become vital to reimagine these practices and to incorporate newer paradigms for community engagement. Sustainability is the key word, and I am proud that we are the first arts and science college in Kerala to be part of this venture. It is also significant that we are a women's college, and it is important that women be active participants in community building practices and engage in leadership roles that can help being a sense of belonging, responsibility, and accountability into social systems and practices that will enable the realization of sustainable development goals. Thus, our legacy, as well as the role of our principal stakeholders as global citizens, makes it important for us to renew our commitment to intellectual and social building. The speakers we have with us today, Dr. Shashi Tharu, Dr. Sam Pitroda, Dr. Joy VP, Dr. S.K. Ramesh, who are set to speak at the inaugural, and the stellar speakers who are to follow them later in the day, eminent environmentalists, architects, researchers, social ecologists are all legends by themselves. The fact that they are here and coming together to work for a better today and the best possible tomorrow is in itself an inspiration. I am sure that this will be a venture like none other, and I welcome all our esteemed guests to the event. A special word of welcome to Dr. Jayakrishnan Divakaran, the think tank behind today's event. I welcome all those who are listening in on this event from different parts of the world and hope that you have a great experience. It is indeed symbolic that this initiative is taking off on Gandhi Jayanti, a day that marks the birth of the father of our nation and one of the greatest mobilizers of the concepts of community. Once again, welcome all. Thank you.
And now we have Mr. Jayakrishnan Divakaran, who is member of IEEE, Global Humanitarian Activities, as well as the lead for Community of Practice, who will be introducing this concept to us. Over to you, Dr. Jayakrishnan.
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all our friends across the world. What a great day. Today we have a great lineup. I have my mentor, I have my student, I have my faculty, and I have my colleague. So all of them are together in this event today. So what an auspicious day to talk about an interesting concept which we are going to discuss now in this half-day session. So just let me give you a background. I had been, a part of industry, for almost 35 years. But I also taught, in the academia for 4 years on sabbatical. So during all, my engagements in academia, I had been seeing a major gap between academia and the industry, and also community, problem solving. So this year, I am part of IEEE, Global Committee on Humanitarian Technologies, and I had the opportunity to review, a lot of projects across the world. Typically, projects in the developing world, in the South America, Africa, then Asia, and various regions. So a couple of months back, One of the committee members in this our committee, she is from MIT, so she talked to me regarding a concept called community of practice. So initially, when she sent me, some articles on that, I was trying to read through that, and I found that it is nothing but the type of activity, some of the organizations, we were doing, like, special interest groups, where, people with, similar passion and, similar, expertise, and, they all come together to solve a community problem. So that idea, really struck me. And then this year, IEEE had been funding projects, mainly in the healthcare area. Otherwise, the IEEE projects are all towards the 17, Sustainable Development Goals of UN. We work on the education, we work in healthcare, renewable energy. So various projects are running across the world. So I had the opportunity to interact with, a lot of leads, and then I try to understand how do they go about identifying the community problems, and how do you go about building solutions, and then how do you do the social return on investment assessment. So this professor from MIT, he is giving, a lot of academic rigor to some of our exercises. So her concept of COP, I thought, I will extend it to one of the colleges in Kerala. So the first thing which came to me is the engineering colleges in Kerala. But then I thought, whether humanities element is there in this college. That was an important question to me. Then I thought, no, let me attempt this in a science and, arts and science college, where we have the mix of, humanities and mix of, the science students and faculty. But maybe, they may lack on some of the technological, aspects, which I thought, maybe I should team them, with some of the technical SMEs or, engineering colleges. So the idea was basically to involve in community problem solving. So this college, for example, 2-3 weeks back, they took up, a problem in Trivandrum. As you all know, as part of COVID, Kerala is also, experiencing, heavy upward trend, in the number of infected cases. And Dr. Sashi Tharoor, is there on this call. Trivandrum is on the top. So I was telling, the faculty to understand, what is going on in your community. Okay, what is the reason for, maybe the spread happening in Trivandrum? And then let us come out, with some solutions, where, we can play some role. So this team has come out with, a particular device. After discussing with the doctors and district medical officers, one of the biggest thing, the Trivandrum is facing is how this corona, COVID-19 is going to infect, elderly people. So the idea, the district medical officer was saying, let us keep, all these elderly people at home and continuously monitoring, their vitals, like, oxygen saturation, their temperature, pulse rate, and all those things. So this team is, has come out with a proposal to develop, a pulse, oxygen saturation, and then, temperature measurement appliance. So we call it POSMA. So as part of that, they had extensive interaction with the communities. So the humanities team of, this college participated in, interaction with, the doctors, nurses, and, all those areas. And the science and, faculties, they started, working with some engineering professionals to understand how do we build, a small device which can be Bluetooth enabled. Once you enable Bluetooth, you can connect to a mobile phone, which can act as a gateway to the internet for cloud, and so that, it can be telemedicine ready. So this proposal on, a telemedicine ready POSMA, that had been submitted to IEEE, for a funding, which currently they are under the review process. So as part of this, the team wants to set up a tinkering lab in this institution, where the students and faculty, will be able to play with, the electronic components and, mechanical components, and start building, small, applications, basically, for community. So already, this team has started, working on that lines. Another thing, this team is also concerned is environment. So there is a movement, happening in the northern part of Kerala, North Malabar, called mangrove forest. Because mangrove forest, as you know, it's a major thing, basically to prevent, tsunamis and other things. So that team is, trying to team up with the NSS volunteers of this college, basically to plant, mangrove, saplings in the what you call, seashore, where the rocks are there. So in between the rocks, these plants are going to grow, and there is going to be a line of, mangrove forest, which will be coming up. Interesting thing in this college is 40% of the students are associated with the local, fishermen's community. So there is no better, a community, who can, get into all these coastal, what you call protections and things like that. So what I saw in this college is it has got a balance of humanities, it has got a balance of science, it has got a wonderful 100-member NSS volunteers, and then the first and foremost is the principal. She was very very welcoming to these ideas, and she also introduced me to various faculties in various disciplines who are all very very active in partnering on such a initiative. That's the background of this. So I am trying to bring whatever expertise I am gaining by reviewing projects across the world, especially the countries like South America, where a lot of education, healthcare, large projects are running from IEEE, which are getting funded even up to $60,000. So Africa and then Southeast Asia. So we have got a leader from IEEE, one of the senior leaders talking, and he will delve more on that. So that's the background behind this thing. So as we proceed, I will give more inputs on this thing. So today we have got two panel discussion. The first panel discussion is mostly going to talk about affordable energy, climate change, then education, healthcare, those aspects. It is going to talk about. The second plenary is not the panel discussion is going to talk about what you call the environment, then sustainable living, because we are going to have Padmasri, Shankar, from Habitat, going to talk about that, and a couple of more, young, researchers, and then science communicators. They're all going to join. So basically, it is going to be a day full of science, humanities, and community problem solving, human-centered design. So there are a lot of discussions going to happen today. So with these few words, I will hand over to Sonia.
Thank you, Jayakrishan sir. That was indeed a very in-depth analysis of the ethos of AllSaints, and also what we have to look forward to. That's indeed wonderful. And now, for our inaugural address, we have none other than Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who is the three-time representative of Trivandrum to the Indian Parliament. And as we all know, he has ushered in a very different sensibility in India when he spoke of microconnect. And in fact, I think he was the person who introduced Twitter to the Indian Parliament and kind of revolutionized the way that leaders interacted with the public. And, he's someone who has brought this approach to the work that he does in his constituency also. And we all know a lot about the kind of interface that he had when he was at the United Nations, and also when he served as our Minister for State for Human Resource Development and the Minister of State for External Affairs with the Government of India. And of course, the other side of him is that he is an author, much sought after speaker, global citizen, a friend of AllSaints College. So without much ado, because if I have to find more words, I will have to delve into his latest work, Tarutosaurus. So without much ado, I welcome Dr. Shashi Tharoor to the inaugural address. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sonia Nair, my very good friend and respected senior Sam Petroda, Dr. Jayakrishan Divakaran, Dr. Deepa, Dr. Joy Varayil, other distinguished members of the faculty, the administration of AllSaints College. Thank you very much for honoring me by asking me to inaugurate before all of these very better qualified and eminent people your community of practice at AllSaints College. I've been listening attentively to the previous speaker, Dr. Jayakrishan, explaining that this is a new device for scholars to come together and to work on pressing issues of sustainability, science, technology, and the humanities. So it seems to be a vast area, and therefore I've accepted your own suggestion that I should restrict my inaugural speech to the broad themes of the national education policy alone, which I realize is only one aspect of the larger thrust of the community of practice concept. And I'm sure that particularly Sam Petroda, with his vast ranging mind and knowledge, will address the need for critical thinking in all disciplines in our complex and challenging world. Science, technology, humanities are all relevant here. And today, as we speak on Gandhiji's Jayanti, his 151st birth anniversary, I think it's important that we also remember the essential importance of creating a sustainable, just, and prosperous future for everyone. That all that we do in this work today that we are inaugurating, whether it's in these disciplines of science and technology, whether it's in humanities and education and so on, must be with a view towards achieving a future that is environmentally sustainable, that is just and equitable to all sections of society, and that guarantees the well-being of all of us. Now, my understanding is that the community of practice at AllSaints College will create an important hub for critical thinking, allowing your distinguished scholars to learn from one another and to combine their talents to respond to the most pressing social issues. During an unprecedented health crisis, the COVID pandemic we've all been living through, AllSaints College's scholars have already demonstrated their innovative might, because in response to COVID, you have developed a telemedicine-enabled device to measure a patient's critical indicators, and this is a good occasion to congratulate you for having come up with that innovation. I've no doubt the community of practice idea will spur even more such innovation and will benefit AllSaints College's students and faculty alongside society at large. And so I do wish it every success. Before I go into the theme that you wanted me to focus on, the new education policy, may I request that the others please mute their mics, because I'm being very disturbed by hearing all sorts of sounds and conversations coming from the mics of the other participants. I'd be very grateful if you would kindly all mute your mics so that I can be heard, or I can hear myself think as I address your topic. Thank you very much. So coming to your request that I look at the question of education policy, let me say that it has been, of course, a lifelong interest, one that I've had a chance to pursue through my work as an MP and then as former Minister of State for HRD. Now, wisely, I would argue, renamed education, because the name HRD goes back to the days of Rajiv Gandhi, when a number of other functions were also in the ministry, including skill development, youth and sports, labor training, and so on, all of which have now gone to other ministries. So we may as well call it what it is, which is just education. And it's crucial to discuss the implications of the new education policy, especially for a forward-looking college like AllSaints. Now, I do want to start off in a note that many don't expect in our polarized opposition politics of today, by saying that in many ways there are a lot of good things in the new education policy. And I'll give you 4 specific examples that I welcomed. It does attempt to build a cohesive interface between university and industry. This is something when we were in government, we got Mr. Narayana Murthy of Infosys to come in and do a very good report on the academia-industry interface, which has largely been gathering dust under the BJP. I believe it's a crucial asset for today's young people. Even before the pandemic, unemployment amongst the well-educated was 3 times the national average of unemployment. So clearly, there was a mismatch between education and employability, and part of the problem was the extent to which our education was seen as unconnected from the real world. Sam will tell you that in America, there are not just that kind of interface in the automatic level, but also industry will often reach out directly to universities and ask them. For example, it's entirely common in Silicon Valley or in the Raleigh-Durham Triangle of North Carolina for companies to go to a university and say, listen, we have this idea for a product. Can you have your graduate students or your postdoctoral students, for that matter, do you have people who have the skills to research this further? See if they can come up with a patentable device, and we will share the royalties and profits with you, but we'll give you the seed money for them to do the work. So that the universities not only gain a certain amount of capital funding to do new and cutting-edge research, but on top of that, they also have the ability to plug in to the latest thinking in the private sector and in the real world, and as a result, the students' education translates into much better job opportunities after they graduate. So that's one issue that the government seems to have paid attention to. Second, I rather welcome the flexibility inherent in the lack of separation between different streams, because, there is no doubt that if you look at the rigid divide between arts and sciences that we have right from, in my day, it used to be class 9, I suppose today it's from class 10 or 11, but this rigid divide is in many ways impractical and unhelpful. The creation of a sort of core curriculum which spans everything would be a great boost to a wider scope of learning. I actually was one of those students who was first in science throughout, but I was forced to choose between science and humanities. And because I preferred history and literature, I abandoned science. And my teachers were so upset, the principal and the teachers called my parents into school to complain that their best science student wasn't taking science. And my parents, like every good Malayali middle-class family, were very disappointed in me, saying, we want you to be a doctor and engineer. And I said, I'd rather not. I want to study humanities and history and literature, and that's what I want to do. I wouldn't mind doing science, but I can't do both, so I'm doing this. That kind of division, I think, is unhelpful. On the other hand, there are resource implications I'll come to later. When the Prime Minister says that in every school, children should be able to pursue both music and mathematics, that's all very well. I admire that idea. But at the same time, it's also true that the school has to be able to have the resources to offer both the textbooks, the teachers, the blackboards, and the instruments for mathematics, but also a room, musical equipment, qualified teachers, and so on for music. And that means the school's outlay will have to be that much higher. And whether the students and their parents can afford this is going to be another legitimate question. Thirdly, I am pleased that the government has backed off from some of the tendencies that we had identified in an earlier draft of what one might call saffronization. I'm no objection to the color saffron. I'm proud of it. It's a lovely color. But what we mean by that is that a government that had developed, unfortunately, a justified reputation for the promotion of distorted views of history and of religious community relationships had in its earlier draft seemed to be overemphasizing the teaching of a certain version of our culture and our past that could have promoted more divisions on religious grounds. Indeed, I had a long session with the education minister a year and a half ago when that draft came out, which was meant to be for 20 minutes but went on for nearly 2 hours, in which I was able to give him a series of objections to his draft. And I'm very pleased to say many of them have been taken on board. And this avoiding of saffronization or of the privileging of one particular community's view of the past and of our culture, that is, I think, very important. We must hold them to it. And similarly, I'm also pleased about the backing off from the earlier attempt to promote Hindi imposition. I was forced to speak out very strongly against the government's attempts to force Hindi on the South last year. And I'm glad that the ministry has avoided this needlessly divisive and harmful tactic by returning to the three-language formula arranged during Shastriji's time. Today is also Lal Bahadur Shastri's Jayanti, and the three-language formula that he came up with in 65-66 still remains the best formula for our country. Of course, in Tamil Nadu, they don't even accept that. They only want a two-language formula of English and Tamil. That's a different situation. But in Kerala, for example, we are definitely happy to work with the three-language formula. So all of these are positives. But the NEP does imply a number of challenges. Above all, that there was no parliamentary discussion before the policy was announced. And as we've been reminded in the last few weeks, the government shies away from parliamentary debate. It's afraid of the opposition's voice. It denies opposition questions. This is counterproductive and an insult to Indian democracy. And I think that the new education policy should be brought before Parliament and discussed threadbare before it is implemented. Then I mentioned, in talking about flexibility, I mentioned the resource constraint. And this is where I'm worrying, because they have once again repeated the goal of spending 6% of the GDP on education, which has been something we all applaud. But that goal has been articulated since 1948. And it was reiterated in the Kothari Commission in 1968. It was there in the new education policy of 1986. Every government has talked about 6%, and no government has come close. I'm proud to say that my government, the UPA government, came the closest at about 4.2%. Today, it slipped again to closer to 3% under the BJP. And the truth is that in real terms, in the 6 years of the central government's rule, education spending has declined over the last 6 years. And this clearly does not augur well for the policy's implementation. And if I'm concerned about unrealistic references to resources, you can imagine that I'm equally concerned about the lack of realism on some of the goals. The new education policy targets a 50% gross enrollment ratio in higher education. Currently, we're 29.8%. How do we go from 29.8 to 50? I just don't see it happening. And then they say 100% in secondary school. The current figure in secondary school is 68%, but by the time you get to class 12, it drops below 20%. So we are looking at a situation where dropouts have been a recurrent feature of education in India. In the primary level, especially after we adopted the Right to Education Act, we have found ourselves with a gross enrollment ratio above 100%. That is, we are enrolling more children than supposedly are available at that age. And the reason is that some children who missed out on education early on are coming into classes below their age level in order to catch up, and of course also to get the midday meals, all of that, and that's good. But by class 5, the dropouts start. There's a second major wave of dropouts in class 8, particularly, as we all know, girls, you get to a certain age. And then for academic reasons, economic reasons, quality of teaching or lack thereof, vocational pressures, families' economic means, for all of these reasons, from class 8 all the way to class 12, there is a steady depletion of enrollment. Now, I don't see how, when education spending is actually declining, the government expects to reach these totally unrealistic targets. And the same goes for research. That's another concern I have. Government spending has fallen from 0.84% of GDP when UPA was in power to 0.6% in 2018. So in other words, we are already spending too little on research. I have been arguing from my ministerial days that if we have 17% of the world's brains, since we have 17% of the world's population, then we should also be able to produce a significantly larger amount of original research, but we only have 2.7% of the world's research output, and not all of it of world-class quality either. So this is a real question. It needs money, it needs research support, not only from the government, I might add, the private sector, private companies, universities, research tanks, all sorts of money needs to come into research, but not enough money is coming in. And then finally, of course, is the vagueness of some of the proposals. The severe shortage of qualified teachers in our country is glossed over. I mean, not just glossed over, very severely overlooked, because we have a teachers' crisis in our country. 25 million teachers are needed at the school level. And as you probably know, at the college and university level, the number of applicants for the NEET examinations, for the national education level examinations, who are failing the exam is over 90%. So those who take the examinations keep failing. The number of qualified teachers who can come in and meet the standards is rather poor. And as a result, we have one major omission. Another one is with regard to they're trying to make up for the lack of infrastructure, particularly at the school level, by promoting complexes amongst various schools. But that completely overlooks the reality of dismal school infrastructure. I can understand, so let's say if there are half a dozen schools within a 10 or 15 kilometer radius, and one of them has a swimming pool, yes, you can have arrangements where they can go and have swimming lessons at that school. But what do you do when a school doesn't have a girls' toilet? No one is going to drive 15 minutes to go in, or 15 kilometers to go and use a toilet. So the basics still need to be fixed, and we do need proper infrastructure in the school system. I'm anxious not to encroach further into Sam Pitroda's time, so let me try and wrap this up with a conclusion. The new education policy, which you asked me to address, has many good points, but it also suffers from over-centralization, lofty goals without the mechanisms or the resources for achieving them. And as a result, many of my friends in the left have said this must imply that what the government is trying to do is shunt the burden of education to the private sector. Now that, I don't have the ideological objection to private sector involvement in education that the left does, But I do have one major concern, which is affordability of education to the poor and the underprivileged. I mean, Sam Petroda will tell you of the difficult origins from which he rose to become the huge success that he is today. Education is the pathway and the only pathway for the marginalized, the poor, and the unfortunate to be able to rise up there. And any government policy that actually bars the way for the poor and the marginalized to have access to the highest quality education must be resisted. We must find ways that even if the government is unable to find all the answers and wants to turn to the private sector, we must find a way in which compulsory policies of scholarships, compulsory policies of remedial coaching, and so on will encourage people from humble, poor, rural, vernacular, and other backgrounds, low caste, outcasts, and other backgrounds to come in and profit from the opportunities that education offers. Now, I think that this issue shows the critical importance of open democratic debate in our country. This education is a topic that's very critical for the country's future. There are other topics, I think certainly technology that I'm sure Sam knows far more about than many of us here. We must, I think, prevent our authorities, the government and the center, from stifling parliament and restricting the opposition search for answers. Because ultimately we must learn to accept that we are all in the same process of trying to build a better India. The AllSaints College community of practice is pursuing that same goal. You are building an academic community to face India's biggest problems so that we, by we I mean your students, but also our broader society, can be prepared for an uncertain future. And this is a very challenging time. There's a study by the Oxford Martin School a couple of years ago that said by 2030, 30% of the jobs that exist in the world will be jobs that don't exist today. How do you train your students for jobs that don't exist today? Nothing can come to them out of a textbook. What your community of practice should do is to underscore the message that it is more important not to learn what to think, but to learn how to think, so that you can cope with the unexpected and the unplanned and unpredictable. So with those words and with my very best wishes for a smarter and stronger India, I wish AllSaints College and its community of practice all possible success. Thank you for inviting me. I formally declare the community of practice at AllSaints College inaugurated. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Tharoor. Those ideas of inclusivity, the informed opinions, this is the kind of historic perspective that we need on education, on policy, as well as on polity. And thank you for inaugurating the community of practice of AllSaints College and for setting the tone ahead for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I can just apologize in advance to Sam Petroda. Sam, I'll be leaving through in the course of your speech because of another commitment.
Please leave.
But I will hear the beginning. Don't think it's a walkout when I leave.
Don't worry about it. I know we have too many things going on.
Thank you very much, Sam. And thank you all very much for having me. I'm muting my mic and listening to Sam quietly before going.
You don't have to. You can leave now. Don't worry about it. Please.
Thank you.
Well, if I may, considering their long years of association, I think that Jayakrishan sir will be the apt person to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Sam Petroda. So over to you, Jayakrishan sir.
Yeah, thank you, Shashi Tharoor, for setting the tone. I wanted to snatch this opportunity, from our master of ceremony, because I had been watching, Dr. Sam Petroda for the last 40 years when he started, building the telecom revolution in India. Because I came out, of my college, somewhere in 1985. That's a time, when an iconic institution started taking shape in India called Center for Development of Technology. Sam, came from US, and then he built a team, and then I had the opportunity to work with some of the founders of 2ndOct, subsequently in another company called Access Technology. So there was Dr. Pitke, Dr. Chan, and then my own manager was Mr. A.K. Prasad. He was a mentor to me. He also worked with Mr. Sam. So I used to hear a lot of things about Sam and 2ndOct while I was growing up as part of the various companies I worked. And I also worked in telecom, in the first 15 years of my career, building products for the national telecom network. Because Sam and team used to build telecom switches, but I used to focus on a product called the multi-access rural radio for providing connectivity to the remote parts of our country. So Sam's idea of public office through which people could make calls, so that used to get connected to these remote places, using the MAR technology. Our team, a small team, we were working from a garage, and we used to be called mini CDOT, those days. Because we were very specialists in the radio technology, because many of us came from Bharat Electronics. So I was very proud to work with his organization, and his engineers always used to inspire, and their books, data books were my bibles. So I built a lot of products for Bell using some of the technologies which I stole from CDOT. So though there was not a license agreement with CDOT, through the brain of my colleagues, I picked up a lot of these technologies, and I was able to build systems for defense. So that way, I can also say that I was part of a little bit of CDOT. So just to introduce, Sam doesn't need an introduction, because everybody knows from 1980s, he had been, so he is attributed as, the father of telecom revolution in this country. Because today people talk about mobile, but before mobile, there was a dark age where we had to wait in public offices, call offices, for 1 hour, 2 hours for making calls. So he transformed the teledensity in this country by making telephone, land phones affordable to people. And so I think that everybody knows. So he's a development thinker, he's a policy maker, and he's an innovator. There are 100 patents in his credit. Even the digital diary, which many of you would have forgotten now. So that's an invention by him. And he was also part of international organizations like International Telecommunication Union. And his focus always had been to bridge the digital divide. So getting telecom networks better, faster, more reliable. So that had been his focus. So apart from what is written on about him, his colleagues used to always say they all used to rise at least a few inches high when he is around. So he was able to inspire his team around them, and he also brought a lot of global perspectives to Indian organizations like CDOT. For example, there is a small concept called secretary for every floor. My colleagues always used to highlight a lot of admin duties. Currently faculty and other people do. I always used to say, why don't you delegate to a secretary, who is good with Microsoft Excel or Microsoft Office, who can do all these things very efficiently, and you focus on the core things, what you should do. So they always used to tell, this concept of secretary, that he brought in, CDOT. So there are a lot of innovations he brought, and most of the people in CDOT went on starting startup companies in Silicon Valley, and they also started building other institutions in the country. So to that extent, he is a nation builder. So with this brief introduction, I will hand over to Sam. Thank you.
Thank you. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Chicago. Dr. Divakaran, my friend, Congress leader Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Vizayal, Dr. Nair, Dr. Deepa, dear students, friends on social media, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a special privilege and honor for me to be here with you all, basically to remember Gandhiji on 151st October 2nd, 2020. I'm delighted to see two of my colleagues from IEEE. In my young days, I used to be very active in IEEE. So good to see the sign in the back. Makes me feel proud that I'm also former IEEE member. To me, Gandhiji is more relevant today than ever before in the history. Gandhiji and his basic ideas are more relevant not only to India, but to the rest of the world. And there are 2 basic tracks for me to remember Gandhi. One is connectivity. For the first time in the human history, we are all connected. Never happened before. To me, this is the biggest invention and accomplishment in humanity's history that has gone unnoticed. Hyperconnectivity is as powerful as fire. Now we are all 8 billion people are connected. And we haven't celebrated this connectivity. To me, connectivity means openness, accessibility, democratization, decentralization, collaboration, cooperation, networking, and lots of other ideas, accountability, that really run our day-to-day life. But there are three fundamental issues related to hyperconnectivity that really brings me to Gandhiji. One, decentralization. Gandhiji believed in decentralization in terms of getting community involved. Small is beautiful, solve local problems, local talent, grow local food, worry about local soil. And all of that really, to me, comes back in the form of connectivity. Second, democratization. Everything needs open conversation, public participation, different viewpoints. Everything requires celebration of diversity. And the third is demonetization. Hyperconnectivity is going to make education almost free. It may take 20 years. It has already made telecom free. It will make energy free. It will make transportation free. And all the values that we see today are going to be demonetized completely. This is going to bring a whole new era of new economy. GDP, GNP, per capita income, balance of payment, trade deficit won't mean much in the future when you have demonetization of lots of things. To me, what it means is that you will not have to work for 40 hours a week to make living. You may work 10 hours and survive. Because we are indeed living in an era of surplus and not scarcity. Today we have ability to produce anything, but we haven't decided what is that we want to produce. Because we wind up producing for people who can afford to buy and not for people who need it. As a result, the whole system is geared towards top-down development. And Gandhiji talked about bottom-up development. Earlier, Dr. Divakaran talked about research and development. Today, all research is multidisciplinary. All research happens faster than ever before. And all research requires collaboration. Innovations happen at the edge and not at the core. And these are all Gandhian ideas in many different ways. Many people believe that Gandhi was not for technology. They're absolutely wrong. Gandhian ideas were so very fundamental to technology because it was to empower people. And Gandhi talked about all of these ideas in a very different way. Today, I worry about what is going on in India, US, Turkey, and many other parts of the world. I'm sure some of you have seen the debate between two presidential candidates in the US, and it was pathetic. It was sad. There was no grace, there was no dignity, there was no decency, because the rise of populists have created a system where they've forgotten the core values. Gandhian values related to fundamentals rooted in human dignity. Gandhi talked about truth. Today, people promote lies. Gandhi talked about trust. Today, it's all about mistrust. Gandhi talked about love. Today, it's all about hate. So the populist movement is antithesis to what Gandhiji always promoted. And that is really creating a lot of stress everywhere in the world. And to me, the rise of populism has a lot to do with knee-jerk reaction to connectivity. Because connectivity brings everybody together. Connectivity opens doors for globalization, liberalization, free market economy, movement of people, movement of ideas. So you could be in US and work in India. You could be in India and work in Japan. All of these ideas tell me that the borders have no meaning anymore. So the populists say there is an enemy at the border. In US it is Mexico, in India it is Pakistan. Populists say there is an enemy inside. In India it could be Muslim or somebody else. Here it could be immigrants. You know what is going on with the Black Lives Matter in America. So all of these things, in a way, are connected to Gandhian thoughts and hyperconnectivity. When I think of Gandhi, I realize that at the end of the day, only two things matter. One, our planet, and two, people. Planet doesn't need people. People need planet. So our first priority has to be environment, global warming. You look at what is going on with fires in California. You look at all kinds of tornadoes and typhoons and change in weather that brings a lot of rain in one area and immediately drought. And global warming is visible to everybody. But still, populist mindset doesn't want to accept that. Two people. And when Gandhi talked about people, the core was diversity, inclusion, equality, justice. All of these are very fundamental issues. So the populist movement says, I will control justice. I will control police. I will control administration. And I will dictate what is good for everybody, as opposed to relying on hyperconnectivity to connect large number of people to make decisions. So communities then become the core of development. Everywhere you look around, you find that the local problems require local solutions. Growing up, I was born in 1942 in British Raj, and I was in a small little tribal village in Orissa. And everyone understood there that you got to worry about your well, you got to worry about your talab, and you got to worry about your river. Water problem is the problem of the community and not that of the state. We had no schools in that town. So private teachers were hired to teach children, and community hired them. Community took charge of education. My mother delivered 8 kids, all 8 at home. No doctor, no nurse, no pharmacy in the village. But community took care of all 8. There's a lady who used to come. And the message was that community must take responsibility. And today we have lost that. Our local teacher is not part of the community. Local teacher relies on decisions made in Delhi. Education policy is a classical example. So I think we have destroyed decentralization. We have destroyed democracy. We have destroyed human connectivity. And these are the challenges we are faced with today. I worry about India a lot. I worry about what is going on world over. And I believe we need a whole new design. The design of the world that we created after World War II, predominantly led by the US, which created World Bank, NATO, IMF, WTO, UN. That design focused on democracy, human rights, capitalism, consumption, and military. To me, that design doesn't work anymore. We need a new design. We need a design that depends on hyperconnectivity. We need a design that promotes innovation. Design that is rooted in decentralization, sustainability, inclusion, conservation, and non-violence. All of these ideas are basically Gandhian ideas. And Gandhian ideas are rooted in Indian values. Today, when I look around, I see 2 great designs of the world. American design, and now everyone is worried about Chinese design. China wants to take over. There is conflict, there is trade war, Belt and Road Initiative. People believe US is declining and China is rising. Both of these visions are based on command and control. Local glory. What is good for America is good for the world. What is good for China is good for the world. What you really need is a third vision of the world. And that vision has to be rooted in Gandhian thought. Inclusion, which requires more work on democracy, then conservation, sustainability, new decentralized economy, human needs, and not just human rights. And it doesn't make sense anymore to spend $2 trillion a year on military machinery. It just doesn't make sense. Who are you fighting? Why are you building $2 trillion worth of hardware and infrastructure? To fight whom? But we are used to it, so we keep building it. More warheads, more spying mechanism, and not realizing that hyperconnectivity gives you all that indirectly. So there is no need to build machine guns and tanks anymore, because a little robot, no bigger than this, is capable of going out and killing somebody if you want. So I think we need completely new thinking and whole new design. And that is the challenge in front of us today. Our mindset is locked up in American model of development. If we turn around, we look at Chinese model of development, but we don't look at the third vision of the world. And to me, that's a bigger challenge for all of us. India must rise. India has the largest number of people, if not today, maybe in next couple of decades. And we have a moral responsibility. And we are not taking that responsibility seriously. Another thing Gandhiji talked about was courage. And I think we have lost our courage. There are very few courageous people who stand up and say things that need to be said. Because populist governments are always vindictive. They always go after you. And it's difficult to fight the battle when survival is at stake. So I am really worried about India. I don't know how else to express, but I think Gandhi shows the way to me. Every time I look around in difficult circumstances, I come to only one conclusion. How would Gandhi react? And automatically, everything looks very straightforward. I can go on, but I don't want to take too much of your time. Once again, I want to reiterate that Gandhi is more relevant today to the world than ever before. Gandhian ideas are very fundamental to Indian thought, rooted in Indian culture, and we all have a moral responsibility to rise and fight and promote love, truth, trust, inclusion, diversity, democratization, decentralization, technology, innovations, and community participation. These are all big ideas. We know what needs to be done. We just don't do it. We talk about it because it's Brahminian to talk about it. It is Sudra's job to go get it done. Each one of us needs to become Sudra. An engineer is a Sudra because they have to go get it done. And that is the challenge in front of all of us. Thank you again. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I look forward to having a broader conversation, if not today, maybe in the future. But I think we need our young people to stand up and speak up and understand what is valuable and what is not valuable. Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you, Dr. Sam. Thank you, Dr. Sam. And might I add that Dr. Shashi Tharoor hadn't left the meeting. He was there throughout. Such was your riveting address. So answer that message of local local problems requiring local solutions was a very key takeaway, and something that we need to keep in mind when these grand blanket schemes, with no grassroots sensibilities are announced. And the need to reclaim the ethos of democracy. These are very, very pressing and urgent demands for the day. And on that note, I would say that our first plenary speaker, Dr. Joy BPIS, is the perfect example of the kind of knowledge synergy that we need and are looking for. A doctorate holding engineer from IIT Delhi, an award-winning poet, writer, and researcher. And he's also the secretary coordination of the cabinet secretariat, an arm of the administration that brings together the different departments. And I'm sure that his perspective is something that is very, very interesting and innovative. So over to you, Dr. Joy.
We can't hear you.
Joey, I think you are unmuted, but still, we are not able to listen, hear you. Yeah. Sonia, I will ask our IT admin, to fix that.
Yeah.
By the time, you can give the code, to Mr. Ramesh, and I will get Joy's things fixed. Thank you.
All right. So since we are experiencing a bit of technical difficulty, we will move over to our second plenary speaker for the day, who is Dr. S.K. Ramesh, who is Professor and Dean of ECE at California State University, Northridge. And he's also the Director and Lead Principal Investigator of the AIMS initiative, Attract, Inspire, Mentor, and Support Students program. And I must mention that he is also fellow IEEE. And Dr. Ramesh has this very unique and idea of interdisciplinary programs that he developed at CSUN, and that saw enrollments going up exponentially at the institute. And he's also helped his graduates develop and design products to serve persons with disabilities. And he has a wide variety of interests spanning from the areas of high speed optical communication systems, devices, circuit design, and he also volunteers to help engineering education in India, which means that the possibilities of interface and capacity building that Dr. Ramesh presents are immense, and the ways that we can channelize this expertise is indeed interesting. And it bears to remember that Dr. Ramesh is presently a candidate for the position of the 2021 IEEE President-elect. So I think that, as a teacher, as a researcher, as an engineer, the ideas that he puts forward will be very, very constructive, interesting, and innovative. So over to our second plenary speaker. Please, sir.
Thank you. A very warm good morning to all of you in India. Dr. Petroda, thank you for your gracious comments. Dr. Tharoor had to leave, but you had such uplifting comments today on the occasion of Gandhiji's birth centenary. So I feel honored and humbled, deeply humbled to be on stage. Dr. Nair, thank you for the gracious introduction. Dr. Deepa, Professor Jayakrishnan, whom I've come to know. You mentioned I'm a candidate for the office of IEEE President-elect. The elections closed this morning at 9 a.m. It has been a virtual campaign for the last 6 months. And if you think about the IEEE being a worldwide technical organization, it's been a grueling campaign. But one of the things that I've learned from this campaign is the aspirations of our members who are spread around the world, who speak so eloquently to what Dr. Petroda said about community. IEEE, you see, is all about community. So I'll put together a few thoughts here that I hope inspire and excite you. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity. I want to share my screen momentarily, and let's hope that the technology works, because we're all engineers, and we know how many of them it takes to make the technology work, as in one. So here we go. So. Is everybody able to see my screen?
No.
Yeah, okay. I was afraid of that. Let's see. How about now?
Not yet.
Can somebody give me a sign when you're able to see it?
No.
Not yet. Okay. Well, a moment. Try again.
Mr. Ramesh, sorry, I was away. So you have...
Do you have the control?
Okay. I need
you
to...
have the control.
Okay, 1 second. So...
I am sharing my screen at the moment.
Okay. So I have to give permission, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, so let me do one thing. Okay.
So be patient.
Yeah, we will just look at that.
Are you ready?
1 second, 1 second.
So while we're waiting again, I mean, this is I think an appropriate time for us to talk about collaboration and community. So I'm really looking forward to how professional associations like the IEEE can play a critical role. And Dr. Petroda, you're absolutely right. I think it is time for values that we've learned in India. As Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you wish to see in the world. And that is what I think needs to inspire us today as we recognize, celebrate what a wonderful, he was way ahead of his time. You know, IEEE is advancing technology for humanity, but I truly believe Gandhiji was way ahead of his time. Had he been here today, he, like you, would have been an IEEE member. So,
unfortunately, I don't get time anymore. You know, it's hard to keep up, you know.
I had the good fortune of speaking with you during the Intel International Science and Engineering Fair.
Thank you. I remember you. In fact, when I saw your face, I remembered you.
When you were there to recognize India's best and brightest on stage there. So thank you very much.
No, we have a lot of talent. We have a lot of good people. We just haven't been able to harness a lot of this, you know. See, we have good individuals, but our average hasn't come up.
I'm very optimistic. Yeah, I'm very optimistic, Dr. Petroda. I'm very optimistic, given the conversations that I've had, particularly with the young leaders whom I see coming up in India, the students. See, they have no fear of failure. They have absolutely no fear of failure. What can happen? It's not going to work. And that's what entrepreneurs do. You try 10 things and 9 of them are going to fail.
It's not business.
Yeah.
You know, business is a very small piece of the puzzle, really. You know, I think we spend too much time and attention to money and business in America. You know, so everything is about success, entrepreneurship, money, business, you know, venture capital, investments, you know, valuations. Life is not about that.
It's about values. Yeah. Core values. And
it's about, you know, sort of helping others. It's about fulfilling.
Community. Yeah.
And fulfillment doesn't come from money.
Indeed.
You know, and that's what Indian ethos is.
Right.
And how do we capitalize on it? Unfortunately, we are also going after money.
Well, you know, as you recognize, you know, on the global stage, change takes time. Yeah. And we need to be patient. I think we just need to stay the course. We need to stay the course. It may not happen in our lifetime, but I'm confident. I'm confident from what I've seen, what I've heard around the world, that people are eager for change. You know, in a way, COVID-19 has taken us back to our core values.
But they don't know what change is. They don't know what's change for what.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm just finishing a book on redesigning the world. Okay. The basic idea is that old design is obsolete. But what is the new design?
Right.
And I think that's the conversation we need to have. Saying, how do we go from where we are? The design we have is 75-year-old. How do we create a new design?
Indeed.
I'm sorry.
I see Dr. Jayakrishna is back. Are we ready, Dr. Jayakrishna?
Ramesh, there is some technical challenge we are facing. So if you can talk, you know, that'll be great. Because this platform, you know, we started working on the last 2 days. So there is some challenge, you know, it is posing.
Okay, maybe you can
start. If you can organize your thoughts and, you know, in the next 10, 15 minutes, that'll be great.
All right, just give me a second. So I'll just use my slides for backup and I'll share them with you.
Sure.
So you can have them as well. Just give me a second. I'm going to open up a second monitor here.
Sure.
Wonderful. Again, thank you very much. for the opportunity to speak today on the occasion of Mahatma Gandhi's birth centenary. I titled my remarks as Engineering plus Inspiration equals Innovation. And as Dr. Petroda so eloquently spoke about the power of Gandhiji's ideas, was that it all goes back to community, right? At its core, the community cares about the individuals. It's all about humanity. It's all about taking care of the individual at the individual level. And I think these are values that we want to strive to share, to celebrate today. So if you could see my screen, you'd be looking at a photograph of me with our former president, the late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, whom I was fortunate enough to meet when he won the Von Karman Award at Caltech. And one of the things that he said, sight is about what lies right in front of us. Vision is what lies ahead. And then he went on to talk about this, and I'm sure a number of you have seen his book, India Vision 2020, that he wrote, where he talks about the 4 chief areas for development: people, economy, strategic strength, and infrastructure. And in Dr. Kalam's words, he said technology is the answer, but mind you, he just did not say technology is the sole answer. He talked about sustainable development. In other words, how can technology be available to serve humanity? This to me was a very powerful message. And I had a conversation with him in 2009 in the courtyard at Caltech. And he was talking to me and he said, Ramesh, what can we do to improve the quality of engineering education in India? And as an engineering educator, that resonated with me right away, because I know the number of colleges we have in India. I know the number of students we have in India who are aspiring to be in all different fields, as Dr. Tharoor spoke about. But what can we do to engage them in a way that is holistic, that makes a difference, it makes an impact in their community? The other thought I want to share with you is in the words of our late president, Shri Pranab Mukherjee, who passed away recently. And he was talking specifically about education at the birth centenary of Acharya Satish Chandra Mukherjee, who was a teacher and educationist of the early 20th century. And what President Mukherjee said is, if we can make the necessary effort by creating teams of inspired teachers, by establishing linkages with the global educational fraternity, through the maximum use of information technology, by placing emphasis on research, the results will follow. Ergo, what Dr. Petroda just talked to you about. We have enormous connectivity today, but the connectivity needs to be used for democratization. It needs to be used for inclusivity. It needs to be used for equity. And above all, it needs to bring people together to think about the challenges in the community. So with that for inspiration, I thought I'd begin by talking to you about the US National Academy of Engineering that about a decade ago came up with this publication called Changing the Conversation. And you can download it from nae.org. And what they talked about was the impact that engineering has. No profession unleashes the spirit of innovation like engineering, and few have such a direct and positive impact in people's everyday lives. We are counting on engineers and their imaginations to meet the needs of the 21st century. Now, at the time this was written, there was a tremendous angst in the United States about the number of students entering the STEM disciplines. The national academies were very concerned about the pipeline. They wanted to attract more young people to the STEM disciplines. But now I believe the time has truly come. Few have such a direct and positive impact on people's everyday lives, and we need engineers and their imaginations and the rest of society to work together to meet the needs of the 21st century. So the challenges are many. We can talk about pollution, congestion, lack of access to clean water. Dr. Petroda spoke very eloquently about it. Dr. Tharoor spoke about it. Housing, climate change. I live in California, forest fires, hurricanes, unemployment. We've always had unemployment, changes due to automation. A lot of this is accelerated as a result of the pandemic. A number of industries have been disrupted. Innovation is our only key to come out of this. And it's not just innovation, but innovating in the face of adversity. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that to me demonstrates resilience, which is another Gandhian value. Because we need to be strong, we need to be bold, we need to be brave, we need to be unafraid of trying things. We need to be unafraid of speaking the truth, because that is the only way we're going to get ahead. We need to create platforms to engage, to inspire, to communicate, and to get people together. So what are some opportunities? sustainable technologies rise to the top of my list. Clean energy, transportation, smart cities, smart grid. I'm an IEEE member. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, 5G. All of these technologies play a critical role, and so does ethics. Now more than ever, the ethics of autonomous intelligent systems is going to be very critical in the world of tomorrow as we go ahead. So how do we adapt for success? How do we future-proof ourselves? And communities of practice, Dr. Jayakrishnan, rises to the top for me. Why? Because it goes back to our core values: transparency, trust, openness, respect. You see, when we look at the virus, when we look at what it's done to us in the space of 6 months, a thriving global economy, we were jumping on planes, trains, automobiles, going all over the world doing things. All of a sudden, this microbe has brought things to a halt. Rightfully so, because we're struggling to do the testing, the tracing, the control to ensure that humanity is safe. But at the same time, it's brought nature back into balance. Going back to those Gandhian ideas, what can you do in your community? What can you do sustainably to live in your community for a brighter future for all of humanity? The other value that I see is being grateful, because I've seen unparalleled elements of collaboration and cooperation. High-performance computing scientists working with doctors and epidemiologists, trying to find a cure, trying to find a vaccine. We're nowhere close to that. But the fact that we're collaborating, where all of these boundaries and borders are seamless, thanks to the technologies that entrepreneurs and innovators like Dr. Petroda developed through CDOT. Thanks to these technologies, IEEE and so many professional associations are playing an incredible role in shaping that future. The other thing that I see, and particularly in the United States, particularly in the rest of the world, is this emphasis on fairness, on equity, on ethics. These are all vital, vital, vital values. And I think these are the values that we need to remind ourselves more so today to demonstrate grit, determination, persistence as we move forward. Okay, one of my favorite poets is Maya Angelou. And Maya Angelou very famously said, "Lift up your hearts. Each new hour holds new chances for new beginnings." Yes, we know we have tremendous challenges ahead of us. And Maya actually said, we will suffer many defeats, but we must not be defeated. So we have to really inspire ourselves to lift up our hearts and understand the opportunities and challenges before us. So what's the role of professional organizations like the IEEE? Before I go to the IEEE, a couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to speak at a event organized by the Wheels Global Foundation. Wheels, for those of you who do not know, is water, health, education, energy, livelihood, and sustainability. And it's made up of some of the best and brightest minds of India from the IITs. And they care greatly. So the conversation that I was in, we had entrepreneurs, we had doctors, we had engineers like myself talking about the impact of telehealth, the impact of telemedicine in rural India. How do we provide healthcare in places that don't have access to healthcare? This is important. This is not a job for any one nation. This is not a job for any one community. This is a job for the global fraternity to come together to solve humanity's problems. So it's appropriate when we think about the IEEE, what the IEEE's reach is. I have to tell you, we're about 400,000 strong in 160 countries, number of different technical societies and councils. And the thing that inspires me the most, about a quarter of our 400,000 members are students. Ladies and gentlemen, mark my word, they mark the future. Our students are the leaders who are going to show the way, and we need to give them an opportunity to show the way. We have, again, when I think about the IEEE, 1,900 conferences, everything that you can imagine, from artificial intelligence to IoT and so on. All of those conferences have now transitioned to being virtual. In other words, we are still continuing business. We are still supporting economies with the technologies we've created. Standards, if you turn on a light switch, thank an electrical engineer for that, because somebody created that standard to make it possible. But above all, the social impact of organizations like Wheels and IEEE is vital. And there are 4 pillars here: global public policy, global humanitarian efforts, continuing education, ethics, and technology. So when you look at the IEEE's vision, we foster technological innovation and excellence for the benefit of humanity. They'll be essential to the global technical community. We are trusted. We are a universally trusted source when it comes to standards, publications, conferences. And our core values, I believe, are key to our success: trust, global community building, integrity, partnership, growth and nurturing. Close your eyes, for a moment and think about Mahatma Gandhi. Trust, service to humanity, integrity, global community building, partnership, growth and nurturing. Mahatma Gandhi was an IEEE member if I ever knew one. Be a trusted source of educational service and resources to support lifelong learning. Again, inspire a worldwide audience by building communities' advanced technical interest, advance and inform public policy, but more than ever, expand knowledge for the benefit of humanity. So how can you engage? I see the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as the confluence of two rivers, as the confluence of IEEE entrepreneurship and humanitarian activities. Eliminating hunger, eliminating poverty, providing good health, providing good jobs and economic growth, providing clean energy, protecting life on the planet, in the air, below the oceans. All of these, again, go back to being stewards of time and place. COVID-19 has brought that to us in a very meaningful way. And I'm sure we'll see other challenges as we go forward. But it's important for us to remember that all the technologies we develop are for the benefit of humanity, to foster entrepreneurial and technological innovation. So one program I'll mention to you, which is particularly relevant in India, is our program called EPICS in IEEE, Engineering Projects and Community Service. Now, this has 4 pillars. It talks about access and abilities, education and outreach, environment, and human services. But what is more unique about EPICS in IEEE is that it engages students, pre-university students, university students, and not-for-profit organizations to provide sustainable solutions under these 4 pillars. In India, we've gone a step further. As a Vice President for Education in IEEE a few years ago, I launched an initiative called EPICS 2.0 in partnership with Purdue University. So we partnered with 13 universities in India to make service learning a component of the curriculum. So in other words, no matter what your discipline, you could be in the arts, humanities, business, commerce, and yes, engineering. But we want you to be thinking about how you're going to serve your local community. We want you to be applying your knowledge, your talents to serve your local community. And EPICS in IEEE is a great way to do that. IEEE Smart Village, Professor Jayakrishan is involved in IEEE humanitarian activities. So many programs out there that IEEE, again, I think speaks so eloquently on the occasion of Gandhi's birthday today. So when I think about our projects, the other thing that I want to go back to is diversity and inclusion. When I look at IEEE EPICS projects over the last decade, over 36% of the students involved are women. Over 42% of the students involved, pre-university students, are women. We have a third of our projects in Asia, about 26% of our projects in Africa. Think again, ladies and gentlemen, about the future of the world. If you look at the age demographic in the world today, the age group of 17 to 27, the largest demographic resides in Africa. We owe it to ourselves to share. We owe it to ourselves to collaborate. These boundaries are simply meaningless, right? We break down the boundaries, advance technology for humanity through collaboration and communication. Let me give you a couple of quick examples from my university, Cal State Northridge. The program that I lead is called AIM Squared, Attract, Inspire, Mentor, and Support Students. And I started it about a decade ago when I was dean to support first-generation students. You see a lot of students in Los Angeles, when they come to study engineering and computer science, they don't even speak English. They're Hispanic students, Latina students. So to take these first-generation students, to provide role models, to give them opportunities to be successful in engineering, I've truly seen the transformative effect of education. Dr. Petroda spoke about how the community took care of him and his 8 siblings. That is what we do in AIM Square. It's all about community. No student is left alone. We support every single student so that when the student enters, they know, just like a family supports a family member, they know that they have a community of faculty, students, and the community around them. And in return, what I ask from them is to serve their local community. So they work on research problems. And yes, we're supported with multi-million-dollar grants from the US Department of Education. We were the National Program of the Year last year, 2019 Example of Excellencia. Very proud of that. But perhaps what I'm most proud about is students like Melissa Flores, students like Stephanie Medina, students like Pablo Casas. These are students who came into our program and now are practicing engineers, earning PhDs, wanting to make a difference in their community. Again, think about what Mahatma Gandhi said. Go back to your community, serve your local problems. All Saints College, you could not have done this at a better time and place than today. All right. I'll talk to you about Inc Squared. Research and mentoring are a big part of our program. We literally go back to the one-room school. My college has 4,000 students. And it's very easy to get lost in this, particularly in these virtual modalities. We formed a cohort of students. So each faculty member is responsible for 15 or 20 students. And deliberately, by design, we mix and match. If you're a computer scientist, you get a mix of students from all different disciplines, because I want students to understand the power of collaboration, the power of cooperation, the power of communication. We've done a lot of different projects. If Dr. Tharoor was here, I would take issue with this question about the dichotomy between humanities and engineering. As a matter of fact, and I'll share my slides with you, Dr. Divakaran, so you can share this with the audience. We started a program called Learning to Code by Making Music. You see, there's a lot of parallels between music and computer programming. And in a short frame, we showed that by teaching different styles of music, different genres of music, hip hop, salsa, reggae, and yes, Hindustani music, you can actually teach structured programming. Student retention goes up, student success goes up, but more than ever, students are engaged, they're connected, and they walk out of that class, not just as a computer scientist, but with an appreciation for culture, for language, for history, and for humanity, right? This is what we do in engineering. Engineering is truly the Renaissance degree of the 21st century. One other program I'll tell you about is the Assistive Technology Engineering program. And what inspired me to start this program was our Center on Disabilities. We have a number of individuals who suffer physical disabilities, who suffer cognitive disabilities. And we said, what can we do? What kind of technological solutions can we provide? And the students in our program have created amazing projects like a brain control interface for a wheelchair user, where somebody's using their thoughts to manipulate a wheelchair and actually move it. No, there's no latency. They can actually move the wheelchair with their thoughts in real time. But what is unique about this is that they're using the same technologies that these students use to play video games. These are not implantable technologies. They're using a headset that they use to play video games to control the movement of a wheelchair. But you see, it's empowering, it's enabling to that individual who is cognitively sharp, who is physically challenged, perhaps they're paralyzed due to an accident, but now they're able to control their movement without the help of anybody else. We actually created a program called Masters in Assistive Technology Engineering. You can go to our Cal State Northridge website, look it up. It's available online. We started doing this even long before the days of COVID. And the next cohort is starting in spring of 2021. So if you want to be inspired, if you want to make a difference for humanity, join the program, be a part of the solution. I'm getting close to the end of my remarks right here. And I want to put my thoughts together by talking about the skill sets that are needed for the future on this day, on the occasion of Gandhi's birthday. It's very clear we need strong communication. It's very clear we need collaboration. It's very clear we need interdisciplinary work. It's also important that we practice sustainably. In other words, cross-cultural sensitivities are important. As President Kalam said, technology for the masses, not just for the classes, technology for the masses. And more than ever before, I think we have to address societal needs with an eye on inclusion, with an eye on diversity, with an eye on equity. Because that, ladies and gentlemen, is the future, the envisioned collaborative future that we see. The IEEE is there every step of the way for you. The photograph that I would have showed you on my presentation is the human pyramid. This happened in an IEEE Board of Directors meeting. And we have a group of members we call young professionals. They're 15 years from graduation, as Dr. Jayakrishnan knows. So we're in a break in the Board of Directors meeting, and somebody in the young professionals said pyramid. And I kid you not, in about 2 seconds, you had a base, you had a mid-level, a pyramid formed. There was collaboration, there was communication, there was teamwork. I saw all of that coming to life before my eyes. If you see the picture before you in your mind's eye, you'll see volunteers, members from all over the world, all different nationalities, speaking all different languages. But the one word that united them was pyramid. So just as that base needs to be strong, we need to be thinking ahead about how we can make a difference in our communities. There's an old African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. This is our time. This is India's time. This is our time to unite our people, to unite our 8 billion people, to inspire them, to engage them, to go together. Because going together, we can make a difference in the world. And as Mahatma Gandhi said, do you want to make a difference in the world? I'm asking you rhetorically. And I'd say the answer to that unequivocally is yes, of course. Be the change you wish to see in the world. And I put together this as part of my campaign, but it's more than just a campaign slogan. We need to be inclusive. We need to be collaborative. We need to be accountable. We need to be resilient. We need to be ethical. You string that together, I hear, I care. But that's not enough. We need to move forward with a sense of urgency. There's absolutely no room for complacency. I want to flip those letters and say, I raise. I want to be inclusive, resilient, accountable, collaborative, and ethical. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a true honor to work with you today. And I congratulate you on launching Communities of Practice. This is a movement not just for today, not just for tomorrow, but this is a movement for the future. Thank you all very much. Let's remember Mahatma Gandhi on this day, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Sonia, actually, the last speaker, I think there is some trouble in him joining. So we will conclude the inauguration, and then I will request, Joy, whether he can join, in one of the panel at the end, I'll
Can we end?
So you can go ahead.
Yeah, we are almost coming to the end of this, and Dr. Ramesh, thank you very much for the optimism and the ideas of networking that you put through, and you've shown us actually how busy young people have been and how busy you've been with them. Literally, your work is your message, and actually, you've been addressing our core constituency, which is women in Asian country. And this is the kind of energy that we are trying to bring in at All Saints College, the whole idea of technology with a human face. And that remark about Gandhiji possibly being an IEEE member, that was really spot on. So we look forward to continued association with you.
Yeah, Dr. Nair, if I may, I know Dr. Petroda is in Chicago and I'm in Los Angeles, but our hearts are firmly in India. So please remember that.
Thank you.
We're very, very happy to be with you today. So thank you.
So nice of you.
Oh, yeah, sure. And Dr. Petroda was an icon for me when I was growing up, considering the fact, the way he ushered in the telecom revolution. And I was a direct beneficiary of it because we were located far away in Oman and, my people were all in India. So thank you for that, Dr. Sam. And now I would like to request our Head of the Department of Commerce, All Saints College, Dr. Srilekha Nair, to propose the vote of thanks. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Sonia. Honorable Member of Parliament, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Honorable Former Advisor to Prime Minister, Dr. Sam Petroda, Honorable Secretary, Coordination, Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Joy, VP, IAS, Honorable IEEE Fellow Professor, University of South California, USA, Dr. S.K. Ramesh, Honorable Member, IEEE Global Humanitarian Activities, COP Lead, Mr. Jayakrishan Divakaran, and Honorable Principal, All Saints College, Trivandrum, Dr. Deepa M. Other distinguished guest speakers, invitees, and dear students. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this august occasion. Words may not be capable of communicating a sense of gratitude to all eminent guest speakers who have accepted the invitation in spite of their busy schedule. First and foremost, I would like to thank Mr. Jayakrishan Divakaran, without whose support and guidance this mission would not become a reality. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to express a profuse gratitude and sincere thanks to Dr. Shashi Tharoor for his esteemed presence amongst us. Thank you, sir. We are deeply indebted to Sam Petroda for his valuable thoughts that Sir has expressed on this occasion and will no doubt serve us in good stead. Thank you, sir. Next, I express my gratefulness to Dr. S.K. Ramesh, who set the benchmark for a series of resourceful and illuminating discourses under this mission. Thank you, sir. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you once more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the inaugural. And I must mention that a lot of remarks have been pouring in on YouTube, thanking all the speakers for their wonderful insight. And so now we will move on to our next session. That is session 1, which is on affordable and clean energy, climate action, good health and well-being, and quality education. And leading this session is Professor Madhava Chandrakuru, who's again a fusion of technology, management, education, talent development, and he's had about 30 years of industry experience. He has an in-depth knowledge of the intricate networks and systems, both electrical as well as human, and it is reflected in his current profile. He is an associate professor with the Asian School of Business, and he's passionate about leadership development and has delivered a number of leadership programs across the Asia Pacific, Eastern Europe, Middle East, etc. And so I'm going to hand the session over to him. He's our moderator for this session. So over to you, Professor Kuru.
Madhav, a couple of them will be joining now. Maybe you can 1 second. Need to go down.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Joy, I am able to hear you well. Thank you.
Madhav, I think others have not joined, but we should be able to get them in. I just sent a message now.
Sure.
Let me see. Is Mr. Dr. K. Rajendra Babu? He's not a part of our thing. So
we need Dr. Barsha, Dr. Sarita, and Dr. R. Vijayan.
Yeah. Sarita has joined, so she is in. Mr. Dr. K. Rajendra Babu, he's not a part of our thing. So we need Dr. Barsha, Dr. Sarita, and Dr. R. Vijayan. Yeah. Sarita has joined, so she is in. Mr. Dr. K. Rajendra Babu, he's not a part of our thing. So I think there is some echo happening. I'm not sure where it is coming.
Now it is okay. Okay. I was hearing an echo earlier, but I guess now it is okay.
Yeah. Madhav, I think we can start. I sent a message to all. 2 panels members need to join. They will join, and I will add them to the stream. So you can go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Jaykrishnan. Very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a pleasure as well as a great privilege to be here as part of this August panel. And it is, in fact, even more special when I saw that my former professor, RVG sir, is going to be part of this discussion today. You know, I could literally feel the goosebumps, and I was back to being that first-year engineering student who used to eagerly wait for the amazing sessions that sir used to deliver. And I look forward to another inspiring talk from sir, as well as the rest of the panel. So let me start my task by introducing each of the panelists here today. Let me start with Dr. J. Dr. J. Asundi is the Executive Director and Principal Research Scientist at the Center for Study of Science, Technology and Policy, C-STEP, Bangalore, India. He has worked extensively in the areas of emergency and disaster management and has mentored teams across multiple areas spanning sanitation, urban development, energy, and climate. Dr. J has spearheaded the establishment of AI, artificial intelligence for social impact, as a sector of work, and the creation of the Center of Air Pollution Studies, CAPS, at CSTEP. His broader research interests lie in decision making and the development of decision support systems for a number of public policy problems. And his current areas of inquiry are air pollution, AI, and energy. Dr. J holds a PhD in engineering and public policy from Carnegie Mellon University. And earlier, he was a faculty in information systems at the University of Texas at Dallas. Welcome, Dr. J, and we look forward to hearing your experiences today. Yes.
So should I think you want to introduce everyone, or do you want me to go ahead?
Yes, Dr. J, I'll just finish a quick round of introduction, and then perhaps I can get back to each of you, if it's okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. J. And let me introduce Dr. Sarita. Dr. Sarita Ahlbert is a PhD in microbiology from the University of Illinois at Chicago, working independently in a biotechnology industry research assistance council, that is BIRAC funded project. Dr. Sarita is an experienced project team manager with a demonstrated history of working in research industry, skill in flow cytometry, protein chemistry, life sciences, protein purification, and cell biology. Now, she is an entrepreneur and she has led several successful organizations that she has founded. And let me tell you something more interesting. She is the co-founder of Living Science, a special forum run by young research scholars to facilitate conversation with prominent scientists to explore the minds of these stalwarts. I'm very sure that all of us would be eagerly waiting to hear more on that. When not engaged in serious research, she enjoys reading, interacting with students and researchers, and is also passionate about turning her surroundings green. And she has been credited with planting more than 100 plants this year in her neighborhood. It's indeed a privilege to have you in this panel, Dr. Sarita, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Professor Kuru. Thank you so much.
Now, let me introduce Varsha. Now, Varsha is someone who has actually joined in spite of being in a time zone which is a good 3.5 hours. She has joined us from Sweden, and in spite of all the time zone, she was all enthusiastic to support this session. Dr. Varsha Prakash is currently a postdoctoral researcher at Uppsala University in Sweden. Following her MTech in molecular biology and human genetics from India, she moved to Medical University of Warsaw, Poland, to work in a European Union funded project in molecular genomics, transcriptomics, and bioinformatics in cancer. She later moved to the Karolinska Institute in Sweden for her PhD in medicine, where she focused on the molecular mechanisms of breast cancer metastasis. She is currently under a prestigious fellowship from the Swedish Brain Foundation to explore novel drug targets in I hope I get this right. Glioblastoma multiforme. For the uninitiated, aggressive form of brain tumor. I hope I got that right. Her research pursuits are ongoing in collaboration with New York School of Medicine, New York, and St. Jude's Children's Hospital, Memphis. She is also involved in a real-world evidence company in Stockholm to analyze and understand public health registries in Sweden. Welcome, Varsha Prakash, and thanks again for volunteering to be our panel today.
Thank you so much. I feel so honored to be here with all the great people. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Dr. Jayakrishnan has RVG sir joined. Anyway, I will go ahead and actually introduce him. I'm assuming he is going to join us shortly. As I mentioned, he is my former professor, and I really have fond memories of those wonderful sessions. Professor RVG Menon is an eminent technologist, educationalist, and active science communicator in print, electronic, and popular media. He did his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from College of Engineering, Trivandrum, and MTech in nuclear engineering from IIT Kanpur. His research interests are in the field of renewable energy and rural technology. He had officiated at various capacities in the government engineering colleges of Kerala from 1965 and retired as the principal of Government Engineering College, Kannur. Professor RVG Menon was deputed as the director of UNERT, Agency for Non-Conventional Energy and Rural Technology in Kerala, and also served as the director of IRTC, Palakkad, Kerala. He is the author of several books and research papers in those areas and has actively championed the congruence of science, technology, and society. Again, I extend a warm welcome to Sir, and we look forward to hearing from Professor RVG Menon also during this session. I think we will move with our program as such. Let me just maybe add 2 minutes of points from my side. Yesterday, I received a WhatsApp message from a good friend of mine, Dilip, who resides in Trivandrum, which had a photograph. Now, since I have a personal interest in photography, he had shared that picture. The picture was that of golden shower tree. In Malayalam, we call it as Kanikkunna, Cassia fistula, which is also the state flower of Kerala. Now, he said it had blossomed for the very first time in his home. Now, some of my young friends watching this session today might be wondering what is the big deal. Let me tell you something. When I was growing up, which wasn't that long ago, Kanikonna or golden shower used to blossom only during April, heralding the arrival of Vishu and maybe summer. Now, it is almost a perennial. And in fact, there are few of them right outside my office window bearing those beautiful flowers virtually all through the year. Mother Nature has been sending such subtle warnings as well as even more stern ones over the past few years. And yet nothing has stopped us from cutting more trees, filling up lakes and water bodies, and continuing the rampant abuse of the very environment that we live in. I think the time has already gone long past for us to stop the rhetoric and get into real action. The panel discussion today is therefore to have our experts share their experiences and offer their words of wisdom, which has been distilled from significant experience in the field. I would request all of you who have joined through social media channels to post any questions you have through the chat option. And we have kept aside designated time towards the end for the panel to answer those questions. One specific comment here is if you would like to direct the questions to any specific panelist, please do mention the name also as part of the chat. Now, let me, without much ado, let me take you to the real experts here. And let me start with Dr. J. Dr. J, on the subject of renewable energy, C-STEP has been involved in several projects related to rooftop photovoltaics, where you have those solar panels which are used to generate electricity in association with BESCOM in Karnataka. Can you please tell us about this project and the specific accomplishments that you and team had?
Dear Dr. Kurup, thank you very much for this session, and I will answer it give me a few minutes to answer that. I could share some slides, but I'm not sure if your audience will be able to see them. So CSTEP has been working in the area of renewable energy since way back in 2012, 13, 14, when the cost of renewable energy through solar was really high. It was much higher than wind energy. In fact, it used to be 18 rupees a unit, while wind energy used to be 12 rupees a unit, and coal, of course, at that time was 4 or 5 rupees a unit. Now we are fast forwarding to today's day and age when we are hearing about new solar parks coming up in the country across the states, from Rajasthan to Madhya Pradesh to Karnataka. And we're also seeing very low rates. And the cause for this, of course, is that solar cells have become very cheap. The downturn in the electronics industry in 2008 actually drove that, but solar cells have become very cheap. And today now people are looking at almost 30,000 to 40,000 rupees per kilowatt peak for rooftop installations, which is actually quite low, and it is even lower in ground-mounted installations. The one thing that we also do have, because of the economies of scale, is that rooftop PV is much more expensive than a ground-mounted solar panel. And there are a number of reasons why that there is a barrier to rooftop solar voltaic. Let me start by saying that I'm sure everyone is aware that we have a renewable energy commitment capacity of about 175 gigawatts by 2022, out of which the rooftop PV target is 40 gigawatts. Now, the current installation is only 5.5 gigawatts. So we have a long way to go as far as the rooftop PV is concerned. So what would it really take for us to enhance this particular rooftop PV? So we have to look at it from a problem perspective. Is that one, is there is uncertainty in payback. People do not know what they will generate from the rooftop PV when they put it onto their roofs. Studies have shown that shadows from structures like trees, poles, adjoining buildings are very important and actually reduce the amount of generation from the solar panels. So hence, with the uncertainty in the generation, there is an unclear business case. For many entities, they are looking at it from a perspective of a business case. That is, when will I make my money back? People are not interested in putting the money and not seeing returns on that investment. So there is also a bit of policy uncertainty because many discoms or utilities are not clear about the policies regarding net metering and gross metering. And there's an issue of lack of clarity. Now, discoms are also worried that the customers, the high-paying customers, will actually leave them and there could be an erosion of revenue. And this is a serious concern for discoms. So we have to figure out a mechanism by which, one, we reduce the uncertainty in the calculation, finding out how much rooftop space is available, how much generation can happen, and it has to be credible. And we also need to work with the discom to figure out a way in which they will not lose revenues in the long run. So what did we do? What we did was we did an aerial survey of the city of Bangalore, and this was done using a technology called light detection and ranging. And what it does is it produces a point cloud of the entire city, and you actually end up building a 3D model of the city. Based on this 3D model, we can now calculate the parts of the roofs that do not have shadow on them and hence can generate solar energy. We can then calculate how much solar energy can generate. So of the area that we covered almost 1,000 plus square kilometers of the city of Bangalore. And one of the things that we also did was that we were able to gather this data set. And this data set is very rich. It can be used for other urban planning purposes. But the advantage is that we were able to calculate it to the resolution of almost 5 centimeters. We were able to get the entire 3D map at the resolution of 5 centimeters. So, so we were able to collect that. We were able to show business cases for various buildings. We have also now working with the state utility to come up, or the city utility BESCOM, to think about issues related to demand aggregation, to also work on distribution level load flow studies, because there could be some, because of the uncertainty in solar radiation, the fluctuations could lead to technical issues, which we have to deal with. And then we can also work with various civil society entities to figure out a win-win situation for all. I must say, of course, I must admit that this tool that we have actually exposed all this data to the consumer through a web-based tool. And this tool is available for all consumers of Bangalore. In fact, I would request all of the participants can go on to the tool. The tool is called CREST, C-R-E-S-T. And the website is crest.cstep.in. And you can check, you can do a guest login and see what the tool does, see what the output is. But the essence of the tool is that we have the information available to the consumer, and the consumer can now make the choice. And then they can go to the developer and request to install rooftop PV on their roofs. This tool is also through the BESCOM website. So the policy documents or the applications are available on the DISCOM website. And the DISCOM is also looking forward to applications from residential customers. Because we have shown that actually if residential customers deploy rooftop panels on their roof, they will be able to reduce the subsidy burden on the DISCOM. And actually it may help the state in the long run. So this is a win-win situation for all. I would end by saying, energy is required for development. It is required for a decent standard of life. And I think we need to figure out ways, sustainable ways to provide energy to our people. We cannot say that we should make people consume less. We have to understand that the per capita energy consumption in India is only a third of the global average. And so it is about taking the people at the bottom of the pyramid to actually get them to consume more energy, because that's how we can ensure human development. I will end by saying that for those who are not in Bangalore, what is it that you can do? I think you can write into your DISCOMs or your state energy departments and request a mapping of your respective urban areas. I can say that the technology has developed so much, and I think Sarita could also talk about this, is that drone technology now can do aerial mapping, and at the fraction of the cost of what we did in Bangalore. So this is something, as an organization, C-STEP's mission is to enrich policy making through science and technology for a sustainable, secure, and inclusive society. So we want to make sure that now this technique is available, and we will be happy to share a lot of our tools to other states and other cities, and we would want more entities to do this exercise in their cities so that they can maximize the amount of rooftop solar panels and kickstart this RTPV revolution. So I will leave with those words. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jai. It was really amazing to hear about that progress that has been made, and the fact that you are volunteering to share it with people. That makes it even more greater. Thank you so much. Now, let me move on to Dr. Sarita. Dr. Sarita, as the founder and inspiration behind Living Science, can you please share how you came up with this idea of a platform for young researchers across multidisciplines to collaborate? Of course, we would also love to hear about all those amazing, cool things like the drones and all those things that you're involved in. I'm pretty sure the students would be excited to hear about that also. Please.
Thank you, Professor Kuru. Thank you so much for the kind invitation. I also want to thank Jai Krishnan for inviting me, and it's an honor to be in same panel as Jai. He's done amazing work. It's very nice to see you, Jai, after so long. And so I don't know if you can. So I think lighting is a little off in my office. So I'll just take a couple of minutes to introduce the kind of work we have done in last 5 years. And I think Varsha may enjoy our cancer diagnosis work. I think someone else has just joined. So I'll just talk about very briefly about our initiatives that we started in 5 years, starting one with cancer diagnosis using 3D imaging, which was innovated at IIT Delhi, where the cells can be just seen live in 3D, and we could actually do lot of early diagnosis in not just in cervical cancer but also in blood cancer. So a lot of our work has been published, and we've shown a lot of promising ideas. And so this was all financially supported by BIRAC. So BIRAC has several grants, so to say, BIG, SIBRI, and I was fortunate enough to be supported by BIRAC. And now IIT is taking this initiative little further, and they're incorporating this into the cancer diagnosis into Center of Excellence. And so that's one. Being in cancer with 3D imaging, what is more exciting we have done is we can take a drop of blood from any healthy individual, and just looking at the, I think you might have to mute your mic, some of you. So what we've been able to do, just take a drop of blood, within minutes we are able to see if the person is healthy or not. So that is one initiative that's been going on in our lab for last 5 to 6 years. And after that, being a cancer, expert so-called in cancer diagnosis, and so we got hugely concerned about air pollution about the same time. I think there is an echo somewhere we need to fix about.
Yes, I was hearing you well. Maybe, do you have two devices, Dr. Sarita, one which also has a live stream nearby?
No.
In that case, okay.
Okay. So because Delhi is unfortunately also the air pollution capital in the world, and we got hugely concerned about the air pollution situation Okay, so I'm gonna try one more time.
Yeah. No, I think you can continue. I muted, Professor RVG Menon. I think his microphone was on.
Okay.
Continue.
All right. So the second we got hugely concerned about was air pollution in Delhi. And as a biologist, I thought, what is it that we can do? Because being at IIT Delhi, we get access to very smart engineers. So first we made an air pollution device which looks something like that. And this is what we thought could solve the problem, and we were naive to think that it could solve the problem. And we took the idea slightly differently, and instead of just carrying a personal device, we started mapping the area. And in last 2 years, we have mapped IIT Delhi and some surrounding areas, and we've made the data freely available online. And what am I most excited this year about is, because of the corona and all, we got some downtime, and we have been able to put our devices on the Delhi buses. And now we are getting live data from buses which are running in Delhi. And our goal is to reach to 300 buses by end of this year. So that's our air pollution project that is going on. And simultaneously, we have been also working on drones, as Jay said. So the idea with the drones is actually to build a swarm where the 300 drones or more can simultaneously go in the air. And that's what we have been trying to achieve. And we are hoping that by end of this year, we are able to fly 100 to 300 drones together. So now Professor Kuru asked me how we got started with this initiative of living science. And I think the idea of living science came out of self-respect. Then when I had come back from US, and I was talking to a lot of students, be it in IIT or any other institution, and if I ask them, who do you think is doing good science in this area? Let's say if you talk about biology, cancer diagnosis, any area, and rarely you would hear Indian student name any Indian scientist. And it was kind of a heartbreaking. Even if you talk about air pollution, rarely people would mention people who have dedicated their lives to air pollution. And so I think that is what I felt that as a scientific community we could do, and living science is something I do out of passion. And fortunately in last 5 years I'm getting support of lot of students, BTech, PhD, masters, and it's a volunteer organization. Everybody contributes their time and money just out of passion. And I'm happy that our programs have reached to hundreds and thousands of students across not just India, several parts of the world, and we keep getting uh, comments and suggestions, and we are very excited and happy about that. And so what has been a quest for me to know where is Indian science and how we are doing. And I was actually pleasantly surprised that Indian science is no less. In India, we're doing fabulous work. Only unfortunate part is we are not as outgoing of talking about our work as we should have been. And I think with this, I will let others or Varsha to speak of their work.
Thank you, Dr. Sarita. Yes, it was really great to hear about how you started this living science, and really amazing concept, and that mutual respect for others. Thank you so much. I may actually now request my professor and Dr. R.V.G. Menon. Sir, I was just telling the participants that I was literally getting goosebumps because I was taken back to all those years when we used to eagerly wait for your sessions as first year engineering students. And thank you, sir, for all those great sessions. But today we would like you to share your journey in the areas of renewable energy and rural technology. And can you also point out specific opportunities that a state like Kerala should focus on? Over to you, sir.
Sir, I think you need to unmute, sir. On the bottom bar, left side, there's a mute symbol. You have to unmute, sir. Are you able to hear us, sir?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Perfect, sir.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Dr.
Yes,
Mathur
yes.
Chandra Kurup. My pleasure. As an energy technologist, the fall in prices of solar photovoltaic cells over the last 50 years has been dramatic, I should say. In 1975-76, when I attended the national workshop at IIT Madras, organized by Dr. Pandali, we were told that the price of solar photovoltaic cell is something like $100 per watt peak. At that time, the price of oil was about $1 per barrel. And we were calculating or anticipating that the price of photovoltaic cells are falling down because it had fallen down to about $20 per watt during the previous decades. And if it falls down to $1 per watt, it can compete with conventional fossil fuel electricity. That was our anticipation. And true enough, the price kept falling down. It came down to $3.5 per watt in about 25 years. In the 90s, when I was director of the Agency for Non-Conventional Energy in Kerala, the price had fallen down to $3.5 per watt. But even then, it could survive only with government support. There was a brief period when the price remained at that time, at that point. And during the last 10 years, there has been a further drastic fall thanks to our neighbor China. As we all know, at present, the price of photovoltaic cell is less than $1. It's around 45 to 50 cents per watt. And now, photovoltaic electricity is cheaper than fossil fuel electricity. But even then, the spread of photovoltaic energy is not as fast as we had anticipated. There are several reasons. Of course, in the Paris Agreement, India has promised to build 175 gigawatt, 175,000 megawatt from renewable energy sources in India. And since then, the government of India, the Prime Minister and the President also has announced that we will go up to 450 gigawatt. It is good news. And the government has also said that they are anticipating to put in about 40 gigawatt, that is 40,000 megawatt, as rooftop solar photovoltaic panels. This is particularly relevant for Kerala, where we have very little open yards where we can put in very high capability photovoltaic panels, solar farms. But we are blessed with a number of homes. In the 2011 census, we have about 8 million households, and about half of them have concrete flat rooftop, where we can easily put up photovoltaic panels. In my own house, I have put up a 2 kilowatt photovoltaic panel, and the electricity produced is fed into the Kerala State Electricity Board KSEB power grid. And I draw from the power grid whenever I want power, and I feed into the power grid whenever there is good sun. And my monthly electricity bill is of the order of 100 rupees, whereas many of my friends are paying to the tune of about 1,000 rupees or more per month for electricity. And this is an amount, you have to invest about 1 to 1.5 lakh rupees for a 2 kilowatt system. This is an amount which many people in Kerala can already afford. But our problem is, if you want to spend, say, rupees 1 lakh on modernizing your toilet or updating the furniture in your drawing room, you don't mind spending 1 lakh or 2 lakh rupees. But if you want to put up a 1 lakh rupee solar panel on your roof, you start asking why there is no government subsidy, or there has to be a government subsidy. I don't see why it is so, because a solar panel pays for itself. It is profitable now. So I personally feel the time for government subsidy is actually over. It creates more problems and hassles actually. You have to apply for permission, and there are inspections, and often the people who come for inspection do not know what to inspect. It's only another hurdle. But there are plenty of operators, service providers in the market now, and after the period of government subsidy, these operators are operating on their own. So you can place your order and have your systems within a month, and life is happy ever after, I would say. Very little maintenance, there are no moving parts, and you can depend on your solar system even when there is no sunshine, because you are feeding into the grid. But the problem is, you are transferring the problem or burden of storage to the grid. You don't put in batteries. If you put up batteries, every 5 or 6 years, you have to change your batteries, and the investment in battery is not economic. So you don't want to put up batteries and have an independent system. You depend on the grid. But then the electricity board or the state grid is bound to have not necessarily batteries, but they have to have a system for storing electricity, because at least in Kerala, as Kurup knows, the peak demand comes in the evening. So how can the electricity board manage the storage problem? Of course, battery is a technical solution, but well, when everything is said and done, it is not an environment-friendly solution. It will create its own problems, not only economic, also environmental problems. But in Kerala, we have another advantage, and as engineers know, we have the system of pumped storage, especially since we have about 3,000 megawatt of hydroelectric potential, and there are many hydroelectric systems in our rivers which are in series. So you can make use of the existing hydroelectric reservoirs and can have a pump storage system. That means during daytime, when you have an excess of production of electricity from solar energy, you use the extra electricity to pump water from the lower reservoir to the higher reservoir. And in the evening hours, you allow the water to flow back. And because of this downward flow, you can operate hydroelectric machines and produce electricity. This is technologically well established, even though it has not been used for solar energy storage to a very large extent. But we suggested it in Kerala, the Kerala Shastra Sahitya Parishad, KSSP, which is a people's science organization. We suggested it a few years ago, but even now, the state electricity board has not caught on to the idea. So we keep on suggesting it, and we hope sooner or later they will start constructing photovoltaic systems along with pumped storage. And in Kerala, the big advantage is that we can use the existing reservoirs. So there is the environmental impact of hydroelectric power is minimized, because you are not going to build new dams and create new reservoirs. You can use the existing ones, and you can have photovoltaic electricity production plus pumped storage in the electricity distribution system. We have been trying to popularize this, and we will go on trying to popularize it until the right time comes and the state electricity board responds. Thank you, Guru. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And now let me move on to Dr. Varsha. So we heard a lot about solutions which have actually been implemented, developed from the other panelists. Developing solutions to solve real problems require a mindset that is tuned to applied research. And universities in many parts of the world are known to be hotbeds of innovation. As a researcher who has worked in India and abroad, can you provide your notes on the approach to research and education? It was already mentioned in one of the earlier session also. And can you tell us what specific factors make it hugely successful in some areas?
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking because I was hearing an echo. Yeah, sure. So very interesting points by all the eminent scientists here. But regarding your question, I would surely agree that the mindset plays a huge role in innovation and applied research. One important and main factor is access to infrastructure and funding, where there is less resistance for the students to how the ideas could be developed or implemented, but that is on a higher level. So I would rather like to focus now on the basic level where the changes could be made and where I saw major differences when I moved or when I made the move from India to Europe. I think it all starts when you are already at the bachelor's and master's level. Back when I was in India, the major focus was on coursework. And even for the thesis project that was a part of the coursework, it was more about learning techniques and implementing it rather than thinking how a protocol could be improved or what could add scientific value to the project that I was involved in. We are kind of inclined to think in a very theoretical way, since we are primed by an education system where your next step relies on your CGPA or marks when you're at your bachelor's level or master's. On the other hand, when I came here, I've seen that the bachelor's and master's courses here, since I trained them in the lab and also involved with some teaching activities, here they allocate about 40% or even more of their education completion requirements to freestyle discussions and hypothetical product development presentations, which again primes them or the students to think already about an end product that can be commercialized or add end value to the public when they already start with the theory of the particular subject. And also, the students are not under any pressure to learn every line in a syllabus, again, since it's a CGPA oriented education system, but rather understand how these concepts could be applied to daily life. Understanding the theory and translating them or translating the knowledge to a product that benefits the public are basically two different things. And that requires training that is very different from academic settings or the coursework that we follow in India. Also, moving on to the education at PhD level, one thing I have noticed between my friends who pursued their PhD in India and me are that they are primarily focused on their research questions with laser focus on their hypothesis, that they actually forget to focus on the soft skills that are required for someone to actually have a bird's eye view of how their research can contribute to the society. For example, here we have frequent presentations and discussions on a weekly basis with multidisciplinary students from all over the university that allows you to question your project from different perspectives and not let you fall into a small category of thinking. We already, as a PhD student, are trained on grant writing. We are involved with major grant reviews. That is lacking, or at least when in my university, when I was involved in research, it was all up to the PIs, to the supervisors, the grant reviews and grant writing. But here you have frequent grant writing workshops, and the PIs make sure that you are involved in reviews of major grants that come in. So you actually develop the potential of scientifically assessing different proposals that is very different from your own niche. Also, another important factor is that the innovation cell of the university makes sure that you're exposed to commercialization and business workshops right from the start of your research education. So you already start thinking about an end usable product that could be taken out from your work rather than publishing it and moving on. That's another area of concern because quite a percentage of researchers back home were focused only on publications and don't even realize the potential of discovery of certain findings that might actually turn into a great patent or socially benefitable product. Like Dr. Sarita said, we have fabulous science back in India, but we are just, I don't know, we are stuck somewhere because we are not very open about it. We don't know how to translate it into a commercialized product or a product that could benefit the society, because I know that I've worked with eminent scientists and the science is so good. It's just there is a block when it comes to translating it. So I think from my experience as a student, I would definitely like to see more engagement activities among students of different departments and to allocate a considerable amount of time for the students to take up design thinking workshops, events where they could interact with scientists from both academia and industry. More collaborations with the industry and universities where there could be fortnightly seminars from the R&D departments of companies where the general protocol of bench to market flow is explained. So the students are already aware of how the science they learn in the classrooms are actually applied. And it would make a great difference. More experimental exploration with the freedom for the students without judgment will definitely encourage the students to come up with ideas without hesitation. Even though not all the ideas are going to be feasible, one of the many might be a life-changing idea, like in all innovations. So from my side, I definitely see more out of the classroom activities and not solely theory-based examination system as an evaluation as a way to ignite innovation thinking in students and researchers. I think I would end there and
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Varsha. Yes. In fact, actually, I just picking up from what you said, I would definitely want to ask Dr. Sarita, who has been an entrepreneur and innovator. Dr. Sarita, how easy or how hard is it to actually make products in India? Can you please tell us your experience?
Yes. So I just want to add two things before I answer to your question. First, to Varsha's skepticism a little bit. So I would say, Varsha, I have seen a huge change in last 5 years, especially at IIT, prominent institutes. Now there's a huge push from government and also to IIT or the institutions to translate the research. And a lot of great ideas are coming out of Indian institutions. So, for example, dengue kit came out of ICGP, which is working really well, and it is in market for like more than 10 years. and it is sold at a price much less than what any competitor could offer. And the cheapest COVID testing kit came out of IIT Delhi, and it's in testing phase. So a lot of products and translation is happening in India, and at much higher pace than previously, thought of. And students are highly encouraged to be more multidisciplinary, cooperative, and there are now programs between IITs and AIMS where you can, and we are part of one of that program where engineers can directly work with the medical experts. That's already happening. The second point I wanted to add is uh, now the student community, the scientific student community has a much bigger onus on them than it was for us. If you look around what is happening in the world, in California now 5 million acres of forest have just been burnt, and there is flooding happening across the, I mean, corona is just one thing that is happening in the world, but if you look, because of the global warming, several other things are going to be part of the new generation, and they have to now not think of innovation and career making in the conventional sense, because the world is changing much faster than you have imagined. And if you think in the old way of thinking, and I think I also see is a great opportunity for India to make a mark, because uh, landscape is just very swiftly changing. And I think if there is no debate now after what has happened, not just corona and the forest fires in Australia and California, and a lot of flooding in India, that we have to, as a scientific community, completely think differently and make use of this. I don't want to call opportunity, but this is a very sad situation we have put ourselves in. As Sir said, we have to think of solar energy, wind energy, everything, and put into one box and just start innovating very differently. Now the question comes, which Professor Kurup had asked me, how easy or difficult it is to build things in India. And I think that's what I have been enjoying and struggling at the same time. So India has marked its mark for the longest time in the software sector. We are very good at coding, and in fact, we are the workforce in the world. You think of Google, Microsoft, everything is run by the brain that is supplied by Indian engineering community. But when it comes to building a physical product, a hardware, India is still the ecosystem is not there. And I think we have to very humbly accept that China has overtaken us, not just by a decade, but by 5 decades. We are not in the area of battery building. We are not in the area of ICs. So, and I think with that, we have to have a vision where we want to be. So the challenge in India is we do not have an ecosystem to build. So the ecosystem we have is at a very basic level. So if you want to build a device, for example, air pollution device, you need to be making PCBs, you need to be buying sensors. So none of the air pollution monitoring sensors are made in India. None. I mean, the number is 0. Be it a low cost or high cost. So some of the sensors that we use are only 1200 rupees, but they're all made in China. They're the low cost sensors. But if you think of state of the art devices for air pollution monitoring, dust track or EBAM, they're also not Indian. So I think India has to start, if you want to be, making change in, we can't be just using the technology, we have to also think of building the technology. And I have seen a huge change also from Indian science, like funding agencies. Now DST hugely has changed its perspective on what the manufacturing or building is, or Department of Biotechnology, DBT, has also changed their views, and in last few years they are now funding generously, and they're also accepting that early funding can only come from government. As the Menon sir was saying that private citizens should also invest, and so unfortunately in the hardware making, the early years of investment has to be only from government, and government has started pitching in, and as a result you are seeing some changes. Some products have started to come out, but it's mostly in assembling the stuff that is happening in India, manufacturing. To manufacturing, the real manufacturing to happen, we need to have a vision, not just for like a year or two, but the vision has to be long term, 10-20 year vision. And also especially the colleges, we are thinking we need to talk to students and tell them what the manufacturing offers them, and what kind of independence they can think for themselves and the country. But it's going to be a long process, enjoyable, but yet it's going to be lot of work, hard work, and slightly struggle too.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sarita. I think we still have about 5 minutes. Let me quickly take a few more rounds. Dr. J, would you like to add on to your experiences in terms of developing technology? For example, you are involved in some of the path-breaking areas like AI. Can you please share your experience on that front?
Thank you, Dr. Kurup. You see, I at some level echo what Sarita said, is that we are very good at working on computer programs, the mathematics and the logic and things like that. And quite interestingly, the AI group is also working pretty much on software. It's not so much of hardware development. There's an interesting problem, and I think the way we approached it was that AI and ML and all these terms are, I'm sure all the students have heard it. And the problem is, how do we apply it for our Indian society? That's a very important issue, because most of the AI and ML that we talk about is used for, apart from medical diagnosis, of course, but it's used for supply chains, used for manufacturing, it's used for companies that want to improve their operations and basically increase profits. But we were thinking in terms of how is it that we can use these tools for helping development. And one of the areas that we have been working on is this issue of, I think everybody's aware of the Anganwadi system. And in this area, the Women and Child Development Department works on feeding children and expectant mothers. And one of the things that when we went into this problem, we realized that the issue is the malnutrition rates are actually very high in India. It is a shame in some way that we have to deal with that. But many times we also realize that many of the systems that they are working with are archaic. They're working with systems that are 40, 50 years old. There is no digitization that has happened. The data does not flow to the right set of people. The data doesn't flow to the right set of people who need to make the decisions. So at some level, we were just working on a solution, and we realized that the AI that can be used is in simple things like taking attendance. You take a photograph of the child and the attendance is recorded. You can also now start using the data that you get to start now predicting where you are likely to have problems. In fact, many of the issues related to health are cyclical. We know that at certain points of time, certain things will happen. So we can do certain types of causal analysis. In the area of environment, I think AI can be used in terms of image processing. When you say take satellite maps and you start identifying where the brick kilns are or where the polluting industries are. This can be done in a very fast manner compared to the manual methods that you would otherwise have. So I think the technologies can be used. I think it's important for people to identify the right application and pursue it with tenacity so that they can take the solutions to the market. I feel in the areas of AI and ML, nothing prevents us or nothing stops us in India from developing new techniques, new tools to actually take it forward, given the fact that we don't have to manufacture anything in those particular areas.
Thank you, Dr. Jay. Varsha, a quick comment on the current area that you're working. You're working in advanced tune research, right? Because one of the theme was healthy living. Would you want to actually tie into that topic also? Just maybe a minute.
Yeah, so cancer is predominantly actually very genetic, even though pollution has a main role in it. And since we are talking about all the renewable energy sources and pollution, and we have all the experts here on renewable sources, I'd like to add in my little knowledge on it when it comes to diseases and its effect and the effect of pollution on our daily life, because it's about I think 8 million premature deaths that is being caused by air pollution. And air pollution is mainly because of burning of fossil fuels and not using renewable energy sources. And the usage of fossil fuels have increased eightfold globally in last 50 years alone. And when we compare the number of deaths due to pollution to tobacco use, which is, I mean, tobacco contains 70 carcinogens. Carcinogen is a cancer-causing agent, and tobacco has 70 carcinogens, but still the global death is only 7 million, which is around 1.5 million deaths less than the deaths caused by air pollution. And out of this, I think there's the 35% of pollution associated death is in East Asia and 32% is in South Asia. When we compare it to Australia, where the air quality is quite high, it's only 1.5%. It's like it's a public health hazard. It's like a pollution pandemic. And I know that energy is very important for human development and the society's development. So I think we should actually look to switch our energy sources from the fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. For example, France, 80% of the electricity is from a renewable energy source. So I definitely am on the side of using renewable energy source. And I would also like to comment on the usage of plastic, because most of the plastic that are harmful to us are unseen to eyes, like plastic bottles and plastic packaging of food. They transfer plastic into the food or water that we consume in the form of microplastics and nanoplastics. And more than 90% of the disposable plastic bottled water contains plastic particles in the water. And even the production of plastic releases a significant amount of chemicals into the atmosphere. That's not very good for the environment as well as human health, which might cause many genetic mutations that could eventually lead to cancer and lung diseases in humans. And also BPA. BPA is all the current studies that are being published or coming out now recently are about the health effects of BPA in plastic, that's bisphenol A. And its harmful effects are widespread across the body, ranging from cardiovascular effects to respiratory, reproductive, gastrointestinal systems. It disrupts our endocrine system, which is responsible for the majority of regulation in our body. I understand with the COVID situation and everything right now, one-time use plastic utilities are unavoidable, but and it is making a comeback now recently just to keep us safe from COVID, even though many countries had restrictive regulations on plastic just before the pandemic. But it is also very mandatory for the sustainability of our environment and the quality of human lives for us to work towards avoiding plastic as soon as the pandemic is over. That would be my point.
Thank you, Dr. Varsha. I know we are a bit over time, but we'll still take a couple of quick questions. Dr. Jay, there was a question addressed to you. In Kerala scenario, use of rooftop panels would lead to chopping up a lot of tree canopies. And Saji had asked, is there a technological solution for this problem? I thought Professor Arviji also answered partly, but would you like to add anything further to that?
Yeah, so in fact, I do not recommend that you cut down the trees to put up solar panel.
No, if you have very tall casting shade over rooftop, you may have to do something. But traditionally, we don't put up very tall or big trees very near home. We have our coconut trees a few meters away, and that leaves the rooftop free. In my own house, I only had to shed a few branches of a nearby tree, not cut down any tree. So this can be done with a little bit of imagination. There is no technological solution, only imaginative solutions, I would say.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, so the mapping exercise could help with understanding which part of the roof you should be installing your panel. So that is one, I would say, technological solution, if you may. But otherwise, I do not recommend that you should be cutting down trees to putting up solar panels. That's.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. There was one other question. Maybe Dr. Sarita, would you want to make a quick take at this? What are the reasons for India not having enough hardware production centers? The question is, what are the reasons for India not having enough hardware production centers?
I think the reason is very simple, Dr. Kurup, that it's very expensive, it's capital intensive. So any facility to make ICs or batteries, you're talking like hundreds of crores. So that is the only bottleneck, and that's why the startups or the innovators cannot put these facilities because it's very expensive, and that's why India has lagged because government kind of was not focused on manufacturing for some time. And also, I want to just add one point to it. It's just not the money. Now we also do not have the skill set to make such kind of factories. It's not just lack of money, because you will also need to know the background and this kind of skills that are required. So we need to kind of work on both, because we are not teaching manufacturing in our colleges anymore at an industrial scale. What we are teaching, as Varsha said, was sometimes very theoretical. And so we do not have the manpower to run these factories, and we do not have money to make these factories. So both aspects need to be thought about.
Okay. Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Can be solved.
That was an amazing session.
As the will.
Sir, yeah.
A few years back, yeah,
Sir,
if I may
please
put
go
in a
ahead.
word, say a few years back, the government had a policy that we should become self-sufficient in renewable energy, and India started producing windmills and solar panels about 30 years back. But recently, the priority of the government has changed. So we are importing skill and capital from outside to manufacture modern automobiles, Harley Davidson motorbikes, anything you want, except renewable energy. No? And there, the private industrialists will say the capital is bored. But the government, if it has the will, it can find the money. So the government should have the will. And without indigenous production, I repeat, we will be at the mercy of China, because we are importing most of our solar panels from China. For how long, I wonder? We cannot depend on China or any other country like that. But we can import skills. We can have collaboration if only the government has the will.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists. It was a really wonderful discussion, and a lot of interesting insights came up right from Jay, who started talking about a win-win solution, because you cannot just look only at the profit side of things, want return of investment. It has to be win-win. Dr. Sarita talked about how we need to encourage mutual respect and promoting the great work that we do. That was really great. Sir, Professor R.V.G. Menon, he shared this interesting concept of not just focusing only on the photovoltaics. He also talked about the pump storage, which can go work in tandem, so that we are not stuck with only one part of it, and we are not worried about battery and other things. Varsha, thank you for all those great insights about the way research should actually can in fact lead to amazing solutions. And again, all the great tips about how the bottleneck about production or manufacturing can be stopped, and what should be done in terms of having that long-term vision, with Dr. Sarita again emphasized, in terms of having for setting up our self-sufficiency. it is indeed a pleasure. Thanks once again, all the panelists. I would like to thank the college and wishing the community of practice very best. Thank you so much. Back to you, Dr. Sonia.
Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you, Professor Kurup. And what we saw here was the discussion on symbiotic approaches between institutions, between students, and we're looking at the whole idea of reimagining. And I hope that the young people listening are inspired to take a turn for the unconventional. And as we know, this idea of jugaad is something that is embedded in our culture. And for those who don't know, jugaad is an idea of just, winging it. Like, go for it, make those quick fix solutions. Now, on one hand, that is incorporating innovation, but on the other hand, it really doesn't present any answers. So what we need to do is develop an Indian way of thinking that can channelize jugaad into something that is sustainable, something that is sensitive and has its ears to the ground. And that is what is going to lead us into the next session. So I think I would like to invite the panelists for the next session. Thank you, all of you. It has been wonderful. And the audience also, thank you very much for your continued participation. Let's immediately transition to the next session. Can I ask Jayakrishan sir to please take the transition?
Thank you, Dr. Nair. Thank you, Dr. Kurup. And thank you, Jayakrishan, for inviting me for this. It was a pleasure to be part of this panel. I'll continue listening on YouTube.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Pleasure to be
All
here.
of you can.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I have, the first speaker, oh, I think, Dr. Shankar is joined for our next session. I think, he is joined.
Dr.
So
Shankar,
Dr. Shankar, apologies for a couple of minutes delay there. So we kept you waiting for a couple of minutes. Sorry about that. Now, let me see others. There is some challenge with respect to scrolling down, in my screen. So I have other people also, but Vishwanath is going to be in now. Vishwanath.
Yes, he is in.
Sonia is
we are waiting for Dr. Sonia George.
And then Mr. Rajiv has to join, but you can start. You can start it. Good delay.
Sajeev, Dr. Sajeev. Sure. So, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this session titled Sustainable Cities and Communities, Clean Water and Sanitation, Environment, Dignity of Labor, and Economic Growth. And as we all know, we are witnessing massive urban movements, rapidly growing cities and the attendant problems of utilities, mainly water. There are massive constructions happening all over the world, even in India, and there is hardly any economic sensitivity, ecological sensitivity. There is violation of green zones, and flats are piling one on top of the other, and we are going into a culture of high rises. And the first question that people ask when they are trying to buy a flat or a house is, how's the water supply? What are the sources of power? And there is also this question of, at what cost does this development come? Like recently, the that is in Kerala, the demolition of a network of flats. Because it was a violation of the green zone, and all of that debris fell into the water, and the cleanup is supposedly on. So these kind of implications, the kind of thoughts that go into making these systems, the impact of urbanization, the availability of potable water, and the pace of economic growth. What is the impact that is being made on people across different strata? The large swaths of people in the unorganized sector, women in particular. These are the questions that our panel looks to address. And this whole idea of conservation, sustainability, subjectivities, personal subjectivities. In a sense, what we're looking at here is a composition of the ideas that lead to the very foundation of communities of practice. And for that, I have with us, the narrative also goes that way. in terms of our resource persons. We have Dr. T.V. Sajeev, who is the senior principal scientist with the Department of Forest Entomology, and he also runs a tree health helpline desk with the Kerala Forest Research Institute. And his interests include insect population dynamics, biocontrol, alien invasion species. These are the problems that hound our ecological systems these days and are intertwined with the problems of colonialism, capitalism, and globalization. He also holds a patent for a biopesticide against the teak defoliator. So, that's good news for trees, I suppose. And he has a very sensitive approach to nature and conservation, and he is passionate about bringing science to public discourse. And our next speaker is Dr. G. Shankar, who is called the People's Architect, and he founded the Habitat Technology Group, which is one of the largest NGOs in the shelter sector in South Asia. And he is a passionate advocate for the use of cost-effective, ecological, and sustainable building technologies. As we all know, all of this effort has won him the Padma Shri, which is one of the greatest civilian recognitions that the government of India bestows upon its citizens. And he works towards sustainable habitats in the non-profit. And he has recently won the National Award for Disaster Resilient Housing. Another of our panelists is Dr. Vishwanath Srikantaya, water conservation expert, and he is known in social media circles as Zen Railman. I suppose it is a reflection of his rather Zen approach. I spoke to him yesterday, and it was very relaxing, and he looks very intelligently at urban issues of housing and the people who make these systems work. And he's worked with HUDCO for 14 years. He's associated with the Biome Environmental Trust and is focused on building sustainable designs for housing. And he's also interestingly the producer of a film that goes Bringing Home Rain Jani Janaki. Okay, so I suppose varied interests. And so we are looking at people who are making our homes and the people who make running these homes possible, which brings us to Dr. Sonia George, who is Secretary of the Self-Employed Women's Association, SEVA in Kerala, an iconic institution as far as the state is concerned. And her work in the unorganized sector, especially among is landmark, and it's extremely emergent. It addresses a number of questions, as far as the sociological profile of this state is concerned. And, there are these issues of self-esteem, psychological well-being, economic precarity, dignity, and self-awareness, and the feeling of being valuable citizens. All of these things with relation to the unorganized sector is something very, very important that we need to examine. And she is called recently for recognizing the work that women do in the house, because that sort of work is not valued as it must be, not recognized as much as it should be. So Dr. George and her work philosophy will be invaluable to us, as it will help us, being a women's college, it will help our students chart the course of their lives ahead. So this is the panel that we have assembled for this discussion, and I'm extremely happy. And what we're going to do is that we'll have 5 minutes each of talks, one person at a time, and then we will come round in a round robin system. So meanwhile, audience, please register your questions, and we'll address them as and when they come in at the end of the panel. So can we begin with Dr. Sajeev? 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you for the introduction, and nice to be with the esteemed panel over here. I'd like to I understand there are more than 100 people participating in this particular program, and I believe that there are most of them are students. So I'll be basically addressing my brief talk towards the student. The message which you are trying to communicate is a community of practice. And when you speak of community of practice, the word community has got two different meanings. One is the community of students who gets from theory to practice, or theory to praxis. And the another meaning is the community around. There's a big community around who are going to receive the results. Now, I'll start off with a very personal experience of mine, which happened when I was a graduate student in Cochin at a college called Maharaja's College. There was some realization which came to me at that point of time, maybe in the second year or so. I just realized that the fees I am paying for the college, for my studies, is very, very, very negligible to the cost of a microscope which I am using over there. Hardly it can fund the salary of any teacher which is teaching me either zoology, chemistry, physics, things and all. So I was surprised that who is paying for my education. The simple answer is that the society is paying for it. And why should the society pay for my education? The simple reason is that the society expects that I would respond to their problems based on the knowledge which they have funded for imparting in me. And this realization, it was a few days of sleepless nights, and all through the later period of my life, I'm not able to get out of this. It is such a big commitment, which I don't think a single lifespan is able to pay back. So now this is the way we look at the community. And when you speak of going out, this is not a hobby. It's not a pastime affair. It is a big commitment which the students have towards the community. This is my first point. It's a big commitment. And the second thing is that when we start going to the school and to the colleges, one thing which happens is that you divide the nature into different subject disciplines. You divide it into chemistry, you divide it into physics, biology, mathematics. You just divide the nature around you into bits and pieces. Now the problem is that there is no point in which you are able to put these pieces together to get a whole picture. There's a big problem with the schooling. The only people who have escaped from this is the people who have never gone to the school. Maybe the students, the children in the indigenous communities. They have a complete view of the whole world, not a fragmented view. Now they believe their actions, their practice, their songs, their music, their tales, the folk tales, everything is in a single piece in which they are responding to nature. While anybody who has gone to the school will be putting it as a different set of piece and parcels. Now the question, when you are speaking about making a community across sciences and humanities, across sciences and languages, I think that there's a big opportunity for trying to put the pieces together and to have a holistic feel of the world around. The third point I want to make is that you had been learning for all these years, learning what the knowledge which has already been created. Now it's a point at which we need to cross over to create knowledge, to understand knowledge, which is needed for moving ahead. And as I was hearing the people earlier, people who had speak about Gandhi, just one mention about Gandhi before I move forward. Gandhi is a person who is really remembered, celebrated, quoted, but then we never know how to appropriate him. So he is a photograph in many of the government offices, schools and colleges. So when you make a photograph, the beauty is that you can escape from him. You can live whatever you can live whatever way you feel like doing, but then you celebrate him, you worship him. Now the question is, who is the Gandhi right now? Where is our Gandhi? Where is the Gandhi of these times? So these are the 4 points which I wanted to put forward first, and then I come to a very practical thing. AllSaints College is located very close to the shoreline. If you walk a few minutes towards west, you reach the coast of Arabian Sea. And if you are able to touch the waters, that's a very magical thing. If you touch the waters, you are connecting through the Arabian Sea, through to the Indian Ocean, to the Atlantic Ocean, to the Pacific Ocean. You are connecting to a big world. You are touching the water, which is connecting a large number of countries and continents. Now, at that point, you are also standing at a place which is a big edge between the land and the sea. And every edges are very, very, very important. There are many edges which we normally see. The edge between day and night, the edge between one generation and the next generation, the edge between the river and the banks, the edge between the landmass and the seashore. Now, I would suggest one particular practice which a community can really address. That is, how are we going to manage the shorelines? And if you go very closely to the shorelines, very close to the AllSaints College and all across to Trivandrum, what you can see is that we were trying to, for a long period of time, we were trying to stop the waters from coming in by using the hills or the mountains. We were demolishing the mountains, we are taking the granites, we are trying to put the granites over there and trying to see that the sea doesn't come in. An activity which has absolutely failed. Most of the stones have gone back into the waters, and whenever they just gone back to the waters, we demolish another hill or a mountain and then do the same purpose again. We never thought of taking the same stones and build the wall again. No. And this has been such a demolishing activity. The shoreline is also impacted. The smooth transition between the sea and the land has been broken by the walls which have been prepared. Now, there was another opportunity after the tsunami hit. We had gone to the process of planting trees, mostly exotic trees on the shoreline to prevent this particular problem. That also failed, basically because those were exotic plants, and that completely blocked the view of the sea. And for the fisherfolk who lives over there, it is not just a landscape. If those people are unable to see the sea and the full magnificence of the sea in front of them, it is a suffocating experience for them. You need to closely look at the sociological implications of blocking the view of the sea from the people who are living at the coast. Now, there's an excellent opportunity in front of AllSaints College and other students who are living in Trivandrum. And that is a type of forest. Forest basically because I come from a forest research institute where we study forest. And there's an excellent forest we can do a magnificent job, and that is called mangroves. And the mangrove trees are the ones which needs to do this job. Now, if you can form a group, work towards that, have a very close look at the shoreline and what are the issues out there. And if you can come up with a methodology wherein you can use the mangrove trees to stabilize the sea banks without rocks, without exotic trees. And if you can move forward to the mangroves to do that, that's going to be an excellent job. I'll stop here. I wish to hear from the other panelists and maybe come back later for details. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sajeev. And now we would take the discussion to Dr. G. Shankar and see what he would have to talk about it.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's nice to share space with Vishwanath, Sajeev, and Sonia. Once again, thanks organizers for giving me this opportunity. There are some key words, the discussion points that we are going to talk about. One is sustainability, one is economic growth. We are talking about community practice.
If I may interject 1 second, Dr. Shankar, if you could hold the microphone a bit closer, it would lead to better audibility.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry because I'm traveling and that's the whole reason for this miscommunication. We are talking about some critical terms today. We are talking about economic growth on one side. We are talking about sustainability on the other side. We are talking about urbanization. We are talking about community practices. How do we put it together is the critical question that probably we have to discuss today. There is a big agenda before us. There is what we call as activists call as the brown agenda. Brown agenda talks about development on one side, the environment on the second side, and development, environment, poverty on the third side. The whole question before us, before we talk about participation detail, we have to, the whole question challenge before us is to, bridge this diversely, seemingly different phenomenon called poverty, development, and environment. How to build bridges is the challenge before the community now. How to build bridges? Poverty and development seems to be at loggerheads with each other. We believe that poverty is, has counter effects on economic development. To me, I'm going to take a different take on this. I'm going to tell you that poverty can be a big catalyst. It can move the, poverty is the thing probably that moves people forward. They dare to dream and come out with solutions. That will probably lead to economic growth. cities are actually known as engines for economic growth. This is a very important statement that I'm making. Cities, urbanization brings in economic growth. Yes, it brings in economic growth. I'm very pained to tell you that this kind of urbanization, I'm talking about 100% urbanization happening in third world countries, not in first world countries. The pace and intensity of urbanization is staggering, and the impact is so much on third world countries. The countries whose name we hear once in 4 years when World Cup matches are on: Paraguay, Uruguay, sub-Saharan African countries like Eritrea, Somalia. We call them sick countries. But this is where urbanization is touching almost 100%. The brunt of urbanization, where does it fall on? I mean, we talk about economic growth, we talk about livelihood opportunities, we talk about opportunities that are linked with urbanization. But where does it fall on? It falls on the marginalized people. It falls on the impact is on marginalized people, dispossessed people, deprived people, marginalized people who are always on the edges. And let me limit my observations on the shelter sector. Shelter sector, the kind of urbanization cannot be wished away. Let me tell you this: urbanization cannot be wished away because rural areas are disappointing, and we cannot stop this process called urbanization. But how to build bridges is the question before us. I mean, how to make the dynamics of urbanization very positive and people friendly is the question before us. I had been practicing all my life, 30 years plus. I've been practicing what I call as people-centered, people-friendly kind of architectural intervention, where community comes in front. We have been talking about beneficiary driven process all the time. Kerala has a huge legacy in decentralized planning, and community participation is not a new thing to us. We have been practicing for the last so many of these things. I don't know, Sonia and myself, I mean, share the same platform, working for the fishermen and things like. Before probably she was born, I was involved in a community practice in Anjiranga. It's a fisherman hamlet. We're there, instead of houses, we're building toilets. 30.
So your audio is lost. Your mic has gone on mute. Your mic has gone on mute.
I mean, am I clear now? Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
It would also help if you hold the microphone a bit closer. The mic portion could hold a bit closer.
Okay. Let me continue that. I mean, we think a proper, decent dwelling needs two things. This is what we call as an adequate shelter. The two things are: one, a clean cooking space. The second thing is a clean toilet. You just give them a tree. The poor people, the marginalized people, they'll build on that. If you give them a clean cooking space and a clean, that is what sustainability is all about. This is what I want to tell the friends out there. Local should be the mantra. I don't want to. I want to limit it to 5 minutes. So, local should be the mantra. So, Gandhiji, who actually talked about this mantra probably 100 years back, he was talking about local capabilities, local technologies, local, architecture, etc., etc. When he said you have to source the materials from a 5-kilometer radius of the site, proposed site, where you want to build up the house, that was the thing. So, my this thing is that, second, yeah, you have to come back to the local solutions, local architecture, local thing. But if you want to talk about people-centered activities, let me conclude my initial phase of observation by telling you is that we are talking about water also. We were going through flood situations last two seasons, 2018, 2019. I'm going to very region specific. I'm sorry for that. I'm not going to talk about a global perspective. I'm going to do very specific regional perspective where we went through two floods. And both the floods, even activists like us were telling that it's all vagaries of climate change. And we, architects and engineers, are primarily responsible for the climate change in this country. Let me tell you this, reiterate this statement. Architects and engineers are primarily responsible for, because as we are primarily responsible for the built-up environment. I will just reel out one strategy which will disturb you, which will make you shudder. 5 billion liters a day. 5 billion liters a day. Kerala, all the 44 rivers are on the certain deathbed. All the 44 rivers in Kerala are on a certain deathbed. Water everywhere, but not a drop to drink in the situation. And we are talking about 5 billion liters a day being used to flush away our dirt from the toilets. Look at the water, potable water. 5 billion liters in the country. I'm not talking about Kerala statistics, I'm talking about national statistics. 5 billion liters and water everywhere, and not a drop is. So these are critical issues that should, help you to formulate situation strategies. If you're aware of that, people will find their solutions. And then we are talking about communities and their process and the rest of it. Thank you very much for your kind listening. I'll come back later on this discussion.
Now, Dr. Shankar's conversation leads to the next train of thought, which should come from Dr. Vishwanath. Please, sir, over to you.
Yeah, Sonia, I'm hopeful that you're clear. My voice is clear, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. One minor correction. I'm not a doctor in this eminent panel. I'm the only one who's just a plain mister. So just a correction there. Just because one has a long beard and long hair doesn't mean that one has dedicated 4 years of their life to acquiring a PhD. And therefore, I have huge respect for people who actually acquired a PhD. And I don't want to claim that.
Yeah, Vishwanath, one small interruption. I am also a person without a PhD, but from morning, people were referring me with doctorate. So I thought of doing a doctorate, after this, meeting, because otherwise,
it's conferred on all of you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Correct. So what we can do is to jointly apply for a PhD position in some university. We can think of a joint effort. Yeah. So I'll just come back to the very interesting point. If it were possible, I would have devoted my 5 minutes to Dr. Sajid. He was talking so beautifully about the relationship which needs to be created with water, and he was using very nice metaphors and comparisons of the edge, of the place where the land meets the sea, and therefore how we need to treat these edges, dust and other examples. Fascinating. One of the things that as a community of practice or as society we need to think about is this day and age needs a compact between what Rajni Bakshi, the author, called Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar. To translate it for the non-Hindi speaking audience, it's the Samaj, which is society, Sarkar, which is the state, and Bazaar, which is the market. All three are realities. All three play a major role in our lives, day-to-day lives, whether it be in cities or in villages. And the challenge in the water and sanitation sector is, what is this compact that can be drawn? What is this partnership that can be drawn to take things forward for sustainability? We are talking about SDG, and in Sustainable Development Goals, water and sanitation comes as SDG 6, right? And then it's also in tune with SDG 17, which talks about people's participation, right? So these two compacts have to be drawn. You also mentioned an example, Dr. Sonia, about the multi-story building which had to be knocked down because it was close to a river and it was in an ecologically sensitive zone. Now, we'll have to grapple with this fact of carrying capacity of nature, right? This somehow our cities, as Dr. Shankar points out, urbanization is a reality, but how does urbanization and its master plans and its land use plans also incorporate water use plans and ecological plans to make sure that we live within those carrying capacities and that we don't transgress that? So if you build on floodplains, if you build close to riverbanks in an era of climate change, you cannot blame everything on climate change. It's the foolishness of our endeavors which is resulting in the massive impact that, for example, Kerala felt or Chennai felt on it. Now, climate change is just a minor role. It becomes an easy excuse. We have to work and understand that climate change will amplify the floods, and therefore we have to be even more protective of ecologically sensitive zones and work there. So that's from an ecological perspective. The other interesting fact Dr. Shankar brought out is 5 billion liters of water going into a waste stream. Now, here's the community of practice that I've been working with. Two sets of people who are very dear to my heart as I work on water solutions for a metropolis, which is Bangalore, but it's also relevant to Kerala. Kerala has the single largest density of open dug wells for any place in the world. Right? When they talk proudly about 44 rivers, it's actually the wells which provide water to households, which provided water to households for a long, long time, right? Now, this link between that well, the aquifer, and the household is being disrupted. Many reasons. One of the reasons is that Kerala also has the single largest density of septic tanks, which tend to pollute these wells. We need to find creative solutions to make sure that septic tanks are designed better so that they don't pollute the wells. We need to recharge the wells with rainwater, which falls on the roof, which can generate solar energy, but at the same time, the tremendous amount of rain that comes to Kerala, can it be used productively to recharge wells and also to be stored and reused? So that at an individual level, we start to address the issue of pollution, right? That's something that we need to work on. With regard to wastewater and the streams of wastewater, what we found here in Bangalore and surrounding small towns is the farming community uses this wastewater for the nutrients available there. All it needs is a bit of science to manage the health risks, a bit of science to manage the environmental risks, and with this wastewater, they can give food security to our cities and towns. Farmers as collaborators in solution for sanitation and sewage is not an imagination that we've had. We always thought that sanitary engineers and civil engineers will solve the wastewater problem. Not so. This is an era of multidisciplinarity, teams coming together, thinking creatively, out of the box, and getting solutions which are livelihood focused. In our city, again, we are working with traditional well diggers so that they make recharge wells, wells which take rainwater and place it into the aquifer. Now, how do you get a traditional livelihood back into space, which gives you ecological security as a city and the water security in the city? These compacts between poverty, livelihood, and green or environment and ecology, this is the way we need to move forward. You mentioned Jugaad, and you said that it doesn't scale up. But perhaps Jugaad is a way to see as being a solution which is contextual, which is relevant to that particular socio-cultural, societal space. And perhaps it does not need to be scaled up. Perhaps it needs to be replicated in terms of principles and ideas. And how do we therefore learn from the Jugaadists, as we would call it, and see what lessons they bring to us? Not denigrate it, not say that it is not scalable and therefore it's a temporary solution, but to say, how can this temporariness be made a bit more permanent? Perhaps permanency is not a solution in itself, logically speaking. So therefore, the new era for water and sanitation challenges is our relationship with water. How do we reinforce it? How do we look at the ecological quality of water and protect it? And how do we involve society and livelihoods as part of the solution? So these are some of the preliminary thoughts I wanted to share with you.
Thank you, Vishwanath sir. I got that right this time. And now we will take our discussion to Dr. Sonia George. Ma'am, what would you like to tell us?
Thank you, Dr. Sonia. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Please.
Yeah. So thank you for this wonderful opportunity and to be part of this eminent panel. I think I also have to carry forward from what the previous speakers have shared, because gender is something that is inclusive of everything. You cannot separate it from any of the perspectives that have been discussed. So that is the biggest issue and complexity of addressing the topic. So many times it seems that giving some kind of opportunities or some inclusion in policy, some welfare policies, or putting in women as so-called beneficiaries will add to the inclusion of gender into the mainstream development discourses. But I think as the shift from one approach to another, also from the welfare economy to the so-called corporate economy, this has been proved to be wrong again and again, that you cannot by just including women into a process, this will not happen. That is what the first take I have to say, that how should we think, or what should be our broader perspective to think about, because the entire SDG goals are interlinked, and this speaks one after the other speaks about this inclusion. So I would like to talk about start with one basic data on the latest the World Economic report that says about gender inequality. India has been tipped from 108 position to 112 position in 2020. So every year from its start, it started from 98th position. So now it is 112 from 2006 to 2020. So even if we talked about Millennium Development Goals, and now we are reaching into Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. And the reality is that the gender index, the gender inequality index is coming down every year. And the major gap that we can see that it's almost 66.8% of inequality, and that is in in the economic participation, that is. And India is the only country where economic participation oversees political participation in performance. So that is something very alarming, because it talks about employment participation, it talks about unemployment situation, it talks about the data deficiency of the country. All this is revealing a lot. So what are we talking about in economic participation? Exactly, India's position is 149 out of 153 countries. Very serious marking of India's economic participation. That means the wage gap, the employment gap, equal opportunities. The report is saying it will take 100 more years. India has to wait for 100 more years to reach that particular position of equality. So that's the reality where we would like to link that majority of the workers in this country are informal, and out of which majority of the informal workers are women with without any kind of employment stability, job security, income security, no fixed workplace. No, we are talking about 21st century science and technology, the developments that is happening, the progresses that has been happening, the developments that we are talking about. Our children or our students are at the peak. Using the most modern gadgets and communicating in whatever ways that we can. But where are we reaching finally? Where are all these developments taking to this entire gender equation finally is the question that we have to ask. That means more than 80% of the people are ending jobless. No jobs in the organized sector or the formal sector of the country or of the state. All the professionals. In Kerala, with the largest proportion of female professionals ending up jobless or becoming so-called housewives, with no other involvement in the economic prosperity of the nation or of the country or the state. So this is the reality that we are tackling with. And the third is that how it is increasing the kind of inequality that we are thinking about, in terms of poverty. What will be the contribution of poverty to this particular gap that is happening? Means when the average income of a working male in this country is around 300, 350 rupees, the national average, the female average is 50 rupees. So this is the biggest gap that we are talking about. And how are we going to address this gap? How are we going to address this inequalities? And how could means the entire economic changes that is happening in the society as part of the global economic crisis, global economic shifts, how it was marginalizing. For example, I would like to mention, we all talk about India being make in India. That has been one of the proponents that we were talking a lot in this era. How things could be made in India. How things could be made in India? Who is going to produce it? Where it is going to produce? So these are the big questions that we have to ask. Our Prime Minister and the respective people talking about, India is going to be a hub for people who can invest here with ease of doing business and that kind. But and the entire manufacturing process is happening in the houses with professionals or the poor women workers who are working as piece-rate workers with no proper income security, no proper recognition. There is no data in this country to say that these people are employed. Means the average economic participation or employment participation of women in this country is 16 to 20%. And Kerala, with its highest literacy rate, the participation of women in the employment is 14 to 16%. So how are we addressing this this contradictory positions of posing us as somebody big, make in India with lot of skills and technology, and on the other hand, this economic and cultural and social inequality getting its worst situation with the marginalization, with the so-called exclusion from the mainstream development process. That is what we are so much concerned about. That is we are showing about increasing number of people in domestic work, increasing number of people in home-based workers, increasing number of migrants. We have seen the migrant flights in this country soon after the lockdown that was happening. So the government was clueless of what should we do for this, the majority of the working population of this country, and the existing normatives. The existing normative in no way is accommodating the people who are the majority, the suffering people of this country. And that is the reality that where we have to think about how could we reach to that particular the goal of reducing poverty, reducing gender inequality, reducing towards decent work. What could we really think about, or how could we really restructure the entire development paradigm? That is where I think we have to think at this point. That is my first take, I think, and I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. That was indeed very, very enlightening. So first of all, we were talking about how Gandhi ought to be more than a photograph. That was told to us by Dr. Sajeev. And also, incidentally, he gave us, that is AllSaints College, its first project. Okay. And, Dr. Shankar went on to talk about the inevitability of urbanization and stressing upon the local, and which brought us to Vishwanath sir, who spoke about the dynamics of Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar, and the need to take responsibility and to stress upon multidisciplinarity towards innovation and the mobility of innovation, the mutability. That was very interesting. And then we went on to talk about the matrices of human configuration, which is very important, which was raised by Dr. Sonia. And also, another point that she talked about was how these grand narratives like Make in India, etc., they kind of form a blanket over very grassroots, very basic issues, and particularly the precarity of women workers in the unorganized sector. So these were the conversations that we had, and now we would go back to Dr. Sajeev and see what he has to add. You have 5 minutes, sir. So your mic is on mute.
Okay. Thank you, Sonia. It was so enlightening to hear all of my fellow panelists. The last person to speak, Sonia, was speaking about gender. That reminded me of yet another edge effect. I am a man, there's a woman, and how can I manage with the edge effect which is happening? And also, as I told you earlier, I live in the land, and how I deal with the edge of a ocean or on the river bank. How do you get a perspective of the river when you are managing your river banks? And which brings to very different solution to what we need. Think of a situation where you get into a boat, you go to the sea, and then look back at the land. Wait for some time, have a close look, spend some time over there, maybe spend a whole day over there, you look at the land from the sea. Your whole perspective will be different. You'll be thinking about the whole thing from a totally different point of view. And then you will realize that you are always taking decisions just from the land's point of view, not from the sea's point of view. Now, the way you need to manage the edge is to become much more humble and to be able to receptive about the other side of the other side. Now, that's very important. And which brings us to a very interesting coinage of terms which was put forward by Sri Vishwanathan. He spoke 3 or 4 times, he spoke about bits of science. You can use a bit of science to do something. You can use bit of science to do. That's all that is enough to do with science. You just need bits of it. You don't need to make a rocket science out of it to make it much further. To solve problems, you just need bits of science. Dr. Shankar may be using bits of sciences, but then he has got a goal to achieve. And the goal is not to celebrate science, but to achieve a very practical solution to problems out there. So I am a scientist. From my perspective, I would say that what is more and more important is the precautionary principle, which we are able to adopt in the practice of science. And the best thing, which maybe my takeaway from this particular session would be the use of bits of sciences. The science come up with knowledge, but then it is not our imperative to push it so further that it reaches a position where it can damage many of the things. You just need bits of sciences from different disciplines. So we have a jigsaw puzzle to put together, and a higher level of clarity on the different pieces. But then from the point of view of understanding that our job is to put the pieces together to a holistic piece is what is important. It is not just to celebrate each of the discipline. So from AllSaints College, I would suggest that the best part I see is that you are going to connect between sciences and humanities, but also sciences and languages. And languages are also very important, because whatever thought we have, whatever information we have, whatever knowledge we have only one vessel, and that is language. The language carries all the knowledge. So that is very, very important. And it's also important to get to know the other side of the story. And there are many, many other sides of the story. From the forest perspective, I would say that we have a very interesting edge between the forest and the non-forest areas. There's a very interesting space. And that space is more important because that space is occupied by species which come from the forest, species comes from the non-forest areas, and they also have many species which can only live on the edges. It cannot live inside the forest, can not live just outside the forest, but only on the forest edges. So what essentially happens is that the edges become the most biodiversity rich spaces, rather than, so I would say that rather than the terrestrial system, rather than the marine system, the edges become the most important ecosystems. And we don't have any knowledge on how to manage the edges across generations. I need to, with my top generation, my parents, I need to deal with them. I need to deal with my kids. There's another edge which is happening over there. I need to deal with another gender, which is another edge. I need to deal with land and water, forest and non-forest. So all these binaries are creating a lot of confusion. And to the way out is to use the knowledge base in many, many different subject spheres to bring them to a holistic solution-driven taking of science, rather than celebrating individual scientific activities. The goal has to be very clear. As I told you earlier, there are people around in the panel itself. They are definitely using science, but their job is not to celebrate science, but then use it in bits and pieces to solve the bigger issues. So that is my take away from this interesting panel discussion. Thank you. You are muted. You are muted, Sonia.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Sajeev. And as the head of the Department of English at AllSaints College, I would like to say that there is a very valid point that you raised, bringing in the languages and bringing those levels of expression. I think they go a long way. And on that note, I would like to take the discussion to Dr. G. Shankar and see what he would like to add.
I would actually take on from where Sajeev left. He was talking about, somebody was talking about, not about really the edge, but what a transition area that's happening now. That's growing up. Between the urban areas and the rural areas, so-called rural areas, that's a transitional area which is going to be very exciting. That is where we call it peri-urban, we call it suburban areas, but that is where development is going to come. And that is the space where poor people are going to go. That is the space where the masses are going to be. Land prices spiraling up will drive this population, poor people, marginalized people to the edges. And that is where I have all my folks as an architect, whether, in the transitional areas, meaningful architecture will come. That's my hope. That's my prayer. I may not be known, I'll be, living to see that change, but I hope something very positive will happen. Now, coming back to the subject, let me make I don't know whether it's a brutal statement, but let me make, I believe that the community-driven processes always actually lead to sustainability. It's not the other way around. We don't have to impose sustainability on these. All the community-driven processes will eventually lead to sustainability. I will make a very, very small, I will talk about a personal experience that I had in North India where, I was building up a huge tribal resettlement team. Uh, this is the largest resettlement that has happened in independent India. I'm talking about resettling, rehabilitation of 15,000 tribal families from a place where one of the corporate, they wanted to build up an industrial facility. Everybody had failed. Tata's had failed, Reliance had failed, every other corporate. One day, I got a call from one of the corporates asking me for their help to resettle, rehabilitate these poor people. And I said, I believe in community participation. I will take the plan. I have to see the land. But cut the long story short, the local administration of that particular area, I'm talking about a place between Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh, a place called Singrauli, where all the coal interests, mineral fields. So all the corporates are there to exploit. They want to put up industrial facilities there. It's actually coal capital of India, mineral capital of India, Singrauli. There they wanted to rehabilitate 15,000 people. Everybody had failed. I went in. The district collector said, "No, no, no, you cannot do anything there, Shankar." I said, I want to see the people. I want to see the people who are going to rehabilitate it. I want to see the land. An architect, especially based on social art, meet them. I can hold their hands and build some hamlets for them. They refused, but the driver actually took me to this area. And the first sight that I saw in one of those communities when I went in was I went into a community. There was an old man, tribal man. He was sleeping happily, in fact, snoring away to glory. With a goat, I mean, they were hugging each other. Fully grown goat, Bakri, hugging each other and snoring away to, glory. This was a cultural animal and a man sleeping together. But then they said, look, in their hamlet, they always have a room for the animals. A room for the animal, a room with a view is the difference, a room for the animal and a room with a view. So I just took that. On the way back, I saw some ladies crouching around and they were boiling something. They were actually picking up some flowers and boiling. Then I realized that they were picking up mahua flowers and boiling to make a kind of liquor. You should realize that these communities don't have a future. They don't have a tomorrow. Today is the important thing for them. And very badly addicted character, part of their life. So I took this point and then I went back, drew some plans. I want to take the community. I can't speak Hindi very well. And I had a huge problem. And there was translator with me. The corporate big heads actually gave me the freedom to take the plan to the people. I did a big model. Went to the community, and there were more than 1,000 people who were to be rehabilitated, listening to me. And, who were controlling them? Naxalites, gun-throating Naxalites, bare-chested, and with a bullet, necklaces around them. They were actually controlling the proceedings. I started explaining, you have Nahaneka, this is the place to bath, this is the Soneka Jagah, this is the place to sleep. And suddenly these gun-throating Naxalites asked, they were controlling, they wanted to sabotage the whole process. And he stood up and asked me, Hamara janwaron ke liye jagah kahan hai? Where is the space for our animals? I said with such pride and pleasure that I took up a model and I showed them. And in one of the rooms, there was a small model of a cow and a calf. That moment was a magical moment for me. They realized that here is an architect who actually knew about these things. And I saw these rooms with views for the animals. I took it to Dubai Design. I had a room for the animals. That moment, the community accepted me. And from there was a huge, immense journey for me. Talking about community, this thing. We went on building 15,000 houses, not a whisper of protest. Tehri made national this thing, national headlines, Narmada made national this thing. But this particular rehabilitation that happened near Mahan, Renukut, didn't make a new set line at all. Because eventually, we not only made the townships, we looked at the livelihood options, we made harvesting grounds, we made thrashing grounds, we made a beautiful place for, where they could be cremated. We even made water scarce area. We made a huge lake, 7-acre lake, with of rain. This thing, we made a huge lake. Talk about rainwater harvesting and things like that. My feeling is that all driven by them, all driven by the community, and these community-driven processes will lead to sustainability. Talk about livelihood, talking about water harvesting, talking about land management, talking about life itself. You should realize that, we as a fraternity, architects as a fraternity, engineers as a fraternity, we being primarily responsible for the climate change in this country, we being responsible for tearing up the built-up environment, we have to be held responsible for that. And what is our moral responsibility to face this reality by building meaningful, by giving the meaningful intervention. It's not a house that we should give them; it's a life that based on sustainability principle of rest of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shankar. And those experiences that you mentioned, I think they were very, very enlightening in the way that these ideas need to go forward. Thank you for that. And we will ask Vishwanath sir what he thinks.
Well, I was very much struck by what Dr. Sonia George talked about in terms of gender, patriarchy, and the challenges before us as a society. And this has been an area of concern over the last at least 5 to 10 years, especially in the water and sanitation sector. And it boggles the mind for me that simple things like getting toilets in public spaces, getting toilets in schools, getting toilets in workspaces, getting toilets at individual household level, and getting access to good quality water in all these places, as to how gender liberating it can be. And that we're not even able to do the basics of that, getting girl children to come to schools, getting them an education, getting them to occupy public spaces, be able to comfortably be everywhere in the city, merely because we are not able to deal the water and sanitation situation is to me unpardonable. And I think we need more and more focus on this as we go along, that we keep, at least in the water and sanitation sector to begin with, the gender perspective. Right? So I'm thankful to Dr. Sonia George for highlighting that and bringing it there. The second point that I wanted to make was a problem that confronts our society in terms of solutions becoming a problem. And this is a peculiar thing with technology, especially, that one finds. Now, I'll just give you an example of the borewell drilling rig, which came to India in the late 60s and 70s. This rig started to puncture hard rock and give water to people. It was a magnificent solution for many habitations all across India for 30 years, till we started to run out of groundwater itself, because we drilled so many borewells that we took the water out. And so technology seems to have unleashed a beast which we are hardly able to control in an ecological sense. The second example that I want to give is sort of dams and embankments. Right? Now, dams were brought in. These were the sort of temples of modern India to control floods as also one of its major causes. But now it looks like the way we manage our dams actually results in more floods. And so this is a matter of debate which is increasingly being challenged. So one solution at one point of time and space then becomes a major problem, and then how do we address it? And it's a bigger problem itself. So solutionism is a big challenge for us as a society, right? In terms of the consumptive societies that we have created. The last point that I wanted to make very briefly was, where are the solutions coming up? Now, one problem which has been said is that wastewater leaving cities is a major pollutant of rivers and streams. In two cases, which I will give to you. One case, a small town called Vijaypura, 50,000 population, untreated wastewater leaves the city. A farmer, Muniraju, picks up this untreated wastewater, grows mulberry, sells it to the silk cocoon makers, the people who make silk cocoons, who rear silk cocoons, and it becomes the silk sari. For me, shit is transformed to silk by a farmer and his innovation, right? And he does it in such a fashion that there's no health risk to the farm workers, because he uses furrow irrigation and drip irrigation, and that there's no groundwater percolation below 1 meter, so there's no groundwater contamination also. Now, the dilemma there is, should the town pay Muniraju for finding a solution, or should Muniraju pay the town for giving him the resource? Now, these are the nice problems, but in a conventional paradigm, this is not a solution. For engineering and for the legal framework, we need a wastewater treatment plant, which will not work, right? How do we break out of this paradigms that we have, artificial fences that we have created for ourselves? Another example, Tumkur, a town of 4 lakhs, untreated wastewater goes out. farmers cultivate a crop called bajje, which is vacha, or which is a medicinal crop, right? This is a wetland crop. So they've actually generated 800 acres of 350 to 800 acres of wetlands, which treat the wastewater, but which become a medicinal crop, and then it fetches them very good revenue. Again, a solution which is outside the boundaries of technical and legal frameworks that we've created for ourselves. How do we make sure that these solutions are talked about more and are then much more integrated into our design landscape will be something that will be interesting in the future. And I think it's a great time for students to engage in conversations with many of these solution providers, learn from those experiences, and see how much of a difference it can start to make in the livelihoods and the ecology of places and people. Thank you. That was what I wanted to share.
Thank you, sir. And now we come to Dr. Sonia George, who I suppose is tying up all of these conversations. So,
thank you, and thank you for the meaningful interventions that all the panelists. I think we all were supporting each other rather than it's a complementary process rather than contradicting. Or so the perspectives are the same. That is something that makes us more happy and relaxed to go forward and gives us hope. So from what all of them have said, I think how could we look at sustainability means in the context of the poorest in the country or the poorest in the societies? That's something that we have to talk about, I think. So where I feel, as Dr. Sajeev was telling, and Dr. Shankar and Vishwanathji was telling, how could we break this binary of something versus the other, or formal, informal, or urban, rural, or the means. So how could we do that process? That is where something which means from the organization that I represent, that I would like to means it is the micro politics of the survivors, that actually keeps on or moves the society. That is the biggest lesson that we have been learning in this process. So mostly in terms of means we talk things in a macro perspective, macro economy, macro lives, macro culture, but where the process we were talking about the informal, but they were actually inventing or finding out solutions in their own ways, that it becomes a micro politics of their everyday life. That is what that keeps them sustainable. For example, if it is you can see that it is agriculture. When you look at Kerala, example is that we have been talking so much about the Kudumbashree experience in Kerala for many years. But how could we look at from a sustainability perspective? Nobody has done that. We will say that Kudumbashree women are coming, they are doing this, they are doing that, and the so-called the grand narrative language is they are entrepreneurs. Nobody is talking them about them as the real sustainable keepers of this land. That is not, because how much being the barren land being made to cultivable land, how many numbers of the watershed management systems that have taken into their control, they have reclaim the lost land, lost water, those kind of sustainability practices that was taking place. Nothing of it is valued in that process. So that is where Seva was trying to, Seva, which I represent, is the only women's union and organization in this country, which had really built up models of bringing together employment opportunities, sustainable livelihood opportunities, personal issues like women's personal issues like violence. For example, childcare is the biggest issue that women always face. So how could within a system, childcare system should be managed by the women themselves? So how could a women's cooperative be started there so that the children of people who are going to work could be looked after by women themselves, which is being a livelihood opportunity for another set of women. So that is how the link works actually. So that is where I think building models means in whatever way it's becoming important in the process of micro political governance. And that is what the LSG model, the local self model of the country envisioned. But we are not able to practice it in that way, that we always becoming slave to this grand narrative processes, grand narrative, no corporate economy, no corporate business, and that is where no we always are fed up, no being no being taken away or carried away. So where I feel that many examples of this women being the survivors of the community, being the the keepers of the sustainable livelihood mechanisms, bringing out micro politics of or micro governance process, how they involved in this governance process of bringing, producing, distributing, or making money or demand and surplus. How could they manage it in their own personal passions and capacity, building skills in their own ways. No, there is nobody means coming and giving them skills, but they're developing their skills in their own way by interacting with the nature and with the technological innovations that they could develop. So I think this is the time for us to think about that processes where women really coming up with more sustainable mechanisms, countering the existing normative orders, thinking about wages in a meaningful, respectful, equal way, and thinking about sustainability, that how could dignity be created, decent work be created. So what we are trying to say that you are going and working in somebody's house as a domestic helper, but your workplace is somebody's home, and that place is a dignified working place. How could we translate that place into a dignified, decent working place? You are working in your own home and doing agriculture or any kind of small manufacturing. How could your home become dignified working space? So this is, I think, the next generation should think about building this type of micro political. That is what we are talking about. Shankarji was speaking about the fisher communities. So that is what we are talking about. The system, the ecological management system the community have built up, and the kind of sustainability that they have developed as part of it is not considered in this on this the dominant development model. So how could we bring back the systems so that their rights to resources, their rights to commons, and their rights to the existing normative practices could be established, so that what we talk, where I started with the gap that we are talking about, the gender gap, the gender gap in economic activities, in political activities, in health, in education, all could be reduced, and the education that we are promoting could have a meaningful approach, meaningful result in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, dear panelists. We just have a couple of questions, and I'm throwing it open to all of you, so whoever wishes to answer can do so. We have a question from Shashi Kumar Madhavan Nair, who asks, what is the solution for sea erosion, and how can we avoid the demolition of huge buildings and huge bridges? Is there anybody who would like to take this question up? Can I ask Sajeev sir to provide his inputs?
Yeah, I'll take a part of the question. The seashore, we should understand that there's a very dynamic landscape. It's not at all static. And if you take the Kerala experiences, we have many places in Kerala where the seashore is expanding. New sand is being deposited, and land is being increased. If you go to the seashore of Thrissur district, in one particular place, you can see several coconut palms at different heights. You have a small one very close to the sea, and a bigger one just a bit inside, and a much bigger one inside. So what does it happen is that the sea is putting sand over there, and every time new area is coming up, the people are trying to establish right over the land by planting coconut palms. So that is a scenario one place. But if you go to another area, the entire land is gone. We can see people saying that I was born there, and he will be pointing to a place in the sea. So his place is already gone. So this we are speaking about of a very dynamic edge between the sea and the shore. The best way to manage it is to bring back the vegetation which used to make the balance. The mangrove trees, the advantage is that they have got prop roots. They are not just like other trees with a single stem. There'll be many prop roots and standing on that, basically because they are living on a very undulating terrain. The tides come up and low. and they need to adapt to that, and they have a system to stabilize that particular place. So bringing back the natural vegetation is the solution to the first question which was asked. For the second question, I think the demolition of the flats was basically to demonstrate it to a large public that you cannot do anything at anywhere and go by saying that we have invested a lot of money, so that it has to be regularized. So I think that is a very not as a demolition of a particular building, but as a giving out a message saying that anybody who would like to do it, beware that there could be the law which catches up. So that's my take on the couple of questions.
And I think there is one more question which has to do with mangroves, which is being asked by Rajendra Babu Krishnan Nair. Where do we plant mangroves to avoid sea erosion at Shangamugam, which is in Trivandrum? Again, I think that question comes to you, sir.
Yeah, Shangamugam is a really devastated place. We have completely lost the buffer which we had for many of the buildings over there. So Shangamugam is a case where we have lost a lot of resources, but then still there's a possibility of bringing it back. It is not a very steep hillock. We need to look again at what we have constructed on ground, and we should be able to adapt based on the changes which are happening, which is caused by long-term changes. And the changes are becoming very fast, and we should also understand that there's a large amount of water which is being coming into the seas because of the heating up of the polar zones. From both the Arctic and the Antarctic, ice is melting and the water is flowing in. When the temperature increases, the water volume also increases. So we need to adapt to a increasing volume of sea water. So Shangamugam is going to be a very experimental scenario where we have got a huge cliff where we need to manage it. The way is to pull back from the seashore at Shangamugam.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this panel, and what we've taken away from all of this is, the idea that bits of science can work, and that, those are the things that we need to look into, the exploration of these edges and the spaces that lie in between. Possibly those could be the biggest challenges. And what makes me most happy about this panel is that it is a wonderful chain of narrative spaces that we have built up, one leading to the other, and the discussion over spaces, how to occupy them, who occupies them, and what goes on in their lived realities. That is what this panel represents. Those were the questions that were asked, and to a certain extent answered, because we still have miles to go before we can afford to sleep. And thank you for raising those questions, and for bringing those ideas of dignity, the requirements of spaces, and cultural sensitivity that is required in our innovative processes. And thank you very much for all of that. We all had a wonderful time. Good to see you. And we will now be taking up the second plenary session that had been interrupted earlier. So Dr. Joy VP makes a comeback. As you know, Dr. Joy VP, who is the secretary with, yes, he's joining us. Sir, welcome, and we're glad to have you here with us. Yeah,
okay,
you're audible.
I hope I am audible. Am I?
Yes, definitely,
okay.
You are.
Okay, good afternoon to all. I am very glad that on this Gandhi Jayanti day, this webinar on sustainable development goals is being organized by AllSaints College. And this is definitely a topical subject today. As you all know, Mahatma Gandhi himself said that the world has enough for everyone's needs, but not for everyone's greed. So this is a great statement which sums up sustainable development for the whole humanity. And if you look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals announced in 2015, we will see that these goals are very generic, covering almost all aspects of life, social life, and the individual life. And the goals are so broad that the time frame up to 2030 appears too ambitious and too wishful for achievement of these goals. But the very fact that these goals have been set by a UN body itself is a very desirable thing. because why these goals become so humongous, so important, is any global goal can be actually put into practice only with a mindset. A global goals with such far-reaching implications, touching from everything from energy to water to poverty to equality, education, health, environment, everything we can think of in human life is included in these goals. Such far-reaching goals, when it is set at a global scale, it is a very ambitious, very, very difficult target, as we all know. But this one, the point is that any goal can be achieved, such goals can be achieved only with a change in mindset or a change in consciousness to that, if we look at it that way. It is said that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. This is a kind of mindset which is required to achieve these goals. If we say earth as an inheritance, the tendency is generally to spend your inheritance in a very easy manner. That is what happens with everybody, because nobody earned it. But if we borrowed it from our children, anything which is borrowed, you are very careful in spending, because borrowed is to be returned. So whatever is earth as a habitat, as a human habitat, if it is borrowed from our children, then we have to preserve it with an intent to return it. So this is a kind of mindset change which is required to achieve the human development, the sustainable development goals. So that is why it is said that even Albert Einstein said that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Most of the problems facing the world are created by human beings. And when they created it, they made a kind of thinking. So what kind of thinking went into the creation of a problem? So even for creating problem, people have to think. That is why it is often said that there are people who create problems, and then there are people who think to create solutions. So when we create problem, we think in a particular way, but if we have to find a universal solution, we have to think another manner. So what is this different type of thinking which is required to solve these big problems which have been created? Because each of the sustainable development goals relates to one problem. Poverty is a problem, or lack of education is a problem, lack of health is a problem, environmental destruction is a problem, overpopulation, overconsumption, overuse of technology, everything is a problem. So many of these problems are created by human beings, and there is a thinking which went into that. And if that thinking has become the mindset of people all over the world, then it is difficult to change it or solve such problems. So to solve the problem, we need to have a different mindset, a different thinking method. So mainly when we think of sustainable development goal or how to achieve it, we often consider with our same kind of tools which created the problem, we can solve the problem. This is a very big issue. So as the thinking needs to change for solving the problem, the tools which are required to achieve these goals also differ. They also need to be thought through in a different way. What is that change in mindset which is required? One, I said it is earth is to be treated as an inheritance. Second, the mindset is that we need to treat the whole world as a kind of unity it is there in our thinking, in our Upanishad, thinking in the Upanishads. Estu sarvani bhudani atmanyevanu ubashyati sarva bhudeshu jatmanam tadona vijugupsade. There is one Ishavasya Upanishad, there is a shloka like this. Atmavil arkanmu samasta bhudam samasta bhudattayum apragaram apragaram atmavinum kanmavan onnинеയും നിന്ദിച്ചിടുന്നീരതു ഹേതുവായി. This is the meaning. So the point is that if all the world is thought as part of you, related to you in some way, then only the world global problems will be solved. If every individual is thought as apart from the society, apart from the world, these global problems can never be solved. So the problems need to be approached from a different angle altogether. Some people sometimes talk of all the government approach. Means all the government has to come to solve a problem. But here it is not all the government. The government cannot solve these problems or achieve these goals. Neither a particular society in a particular country. All the society approach also will not do. It is all the world approach what is required to solve these issues. So when we look at aspects in this manner, we find that what is required is a total leap in the education. Out of all the goals, sustainable development goals, in my opinion, the most important goal is that of education. If educational goal is properly achieved, not the kind of education what is going on which created the problems, but the kind of education which will partly address the creation of solutions also. So the question, there are two big questions when we approach sustainable development goals. One is whether we can have an education which makes itself a part of the solution. Second, whether we can reach this education to all countries, to many people, to all the people of the world, which of course is again one of the sustainable development goals. So these two issues become very, very critical in the solution of the big problems confronting humanity. And I'm happy that people are coming together, minds are coming together to think about it. And people are moving away from, there is this philosopher of science, Erwin Laszlo, Hungarian philosopher of science, who said that humans are moving from an ego-bounded and sense-limited consciousness to a transpersonal consciousness. So what is required is an education which will not catapult everyone into a transpersonal consciousness, but will build some aspects of this consciousness. That the feeling in the mind of the learner that I am part of the world and I am not an independent, totally independent entity which is supposed to draw sustenance and to exploit the environment only. So these kind of educational values and the change of education and reaching such education to as many number of people is the first and foremost of sustainable development goals, if any of these goals are to be achieved. So I'm happy that many solutions have been discussed. And I'm sorry that I could not come in the morning. I mean, there was some issue in logging in. But towards the end of this seminar, it's a good opportunity to discuss with young minds, because any change in the world can be brought about only by different thinking and thinking created by young minds. Because the world belongs, the new world is to be created, the world which is borrowed by the previous generations is to be returned to the young people, and they should return to the posterity, and such kind of approach and thinking needs to be developed in the minds. And I wish and hope that this webinar has achieved partly this purpose. And I congratulate the organizers, especially my friend Mr. J. Krishnan. We were classmates very, very long time back. And based on his invitation, I came here. And all the people in charge, I again congratulate and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joy. And we love that idea of people having to assume the organic state of consciousness. Thank you very much. And this brings us to the last leg of the international webinar on UN Sustainable Development Goals, which was organized by AllSaints College. And I request Ms. Shirley Joseph, Head of the Department of Mathematics, to please propose the formal vote of thanks. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon all. Today, our world is caught in the throes of a crisis, the likes of which no one had anticipated and which has constrained us to the bubbles of our own houses. Global incidents like the pandemic call upon our society to reflect on ourselves and lay the foundation for a world that is better equipped for dealing with disasters in the future. This makes now the perfect time to engage in conversations about what it means to live in a sustainable community where resources are directed to those in need and the impact of our actions on nature is not left unaddressed. I would like to look on the brighter side of things and consider us fortunate to have gathered so many brilliant minds from all corners of academia, science, and administration to share with us their perspectives on these goals. I would first like to thank the IQAC and the SCORE for arranging this webinar and preparing the topics for discussion. And intersectional subjects such as this one demands diverse perspectives, and we are lucky to have born an audience to those from the fields of research, medicine, environment, and labor. Therefore, the biggest thanks goes out to each and every one of our eminent panelists today, Dr. Joy VP, IAS, Dr. J. Asundi, Dr. RVG Menon, Dr. Sarita Akalwada, Dr. Varsha Prakash, Padmasri Shankar, Mr. Vishwanath Srivandi, Dr. T.V. Rajiv, and Dr. Sonia George, who, though coming from different backgrounds, are all united in the common goal of sustainable living and sharing of resources. Another round of thanks goes to Professor Madhuchandra Kurup and Dr. Sonia J. Nair for moderating the panel discussions and directing the conversation effectively. Thank you to all the participants for taking part in the discussion and providing your input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirley ma'am. And can I ask Jayakrishnan sir to join us, please? So thank you very much, everybody. I would like to take it over to Dr. Jayakrishnan. Your mic is off, sir. So your mic is off.
Yeah, so I would also like to thank all the panelists, speakers, and even all the students and faculty who has joined this session from around the world, because we are trying to communicate as much as possible. So as you all know, a seminar will discuss. There will be a lot of perspectives coming out, but then we need to come out with some action plans from this. So over the next couple of weeks, the faculty and students and some of the IEEE colleagues, they will all work together and they will come out with a report which could be distributed among other arts and science colleges in this state and the country. So we would like to make this community of practice as a role model, where the different disciplines work together and make and bring solutions. So every speaker has brought in various perspectives, including Joy, who brought in the essence of sustainability. Because if we can think that we have borrowed this from our younger generation, we will always think we have to return back. So that was a great note on which this whole conversation ended. So I thank the principal, Deepa ma'am, who was instrumental in welcoming me when I put up this idea, and all the faculty who worked with her very closely for organizing this particular thing. So it was a wonderful couple of days actually. In fact, I lost my specs and I was a little strained today. So my family also was saying I look very strained. That's because my specs is somewhere misplaced. So over to Sonia, because I don't want to take much time now. Okay, go ahead, Sonia. Sonia, you're on mute. Sonia, you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Jayakrishnan sir, and thank you everybody who has joined us here. So we have posted the feedback link, so you can fill that in and avail your certificates. And it has been a wonderful learning experience all around. Looking forward to more such initiatives. We will be signing off now. Thank you and God bless. Thank you, sir.